What that does is it allows us from time to time after a market run up, we'll have more than 100% notional put protection on. Well, and part of the reason you don't necessarily sell your existing puts is once they get too far out of the money, especially the shorter dated ones, then they're going to be worthless, right? You're too far out of the money. There's not a lot of time value left. You don't get a whole lot out of selling those just to try to finance more puts. So a lot of times we'll just leave those on. The other thing to keep in mind is we're always staggered. So we don't have our entire put portfolio in one strike or in one expiration. So just coming into today, I know that we had some puts that were expiring tomorrow. We had some puts that were expiring on Friday. We had some puts that were expiring in the kind of early part of next week. So we stagger it on purpose because if you're trying to be nimble, like we are, where you can take off bits and pieces as the markets are bouncing around and take profits where you can. You don't do that on the entire put structure, right? You do that on little bits and pieces so that you can try to monetize puts when they do go in the money very quickly. At least that's what we do. And then we use that to reset protection, or we buy more shares of our stocks, which in theory would be at lower valuations because the only way your puts are going to be profitable is if the market came down. So we would be looking at a lot of things. I know we added more puts today to, again, bring us closer. If we got a massive drop, I shouldn't. Who knows? If you get a massive drop, though, that's usually where you'll see us do better, especially because the market comes up, we add more puts. A lot of times we'll have more than 100% notional. That kind of equates to a pretty good day for us if we do get that big drop.
Let's go to Cynthia next. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Hey, Danny, I was remembering during the pandemic, I think was Goldman Sachs or somebody like that who pointed out that for the first time ever, we were seeing options trading volume exceed the trading volume of the underlying
Yep.
securities. Yep. And I don't know if that's now recurring, if that happens a lot or not. But I was just wondering, because even in the ETF space, we've seen a lot of adoption of options within ETF strategies. It's more and more common. So is this massive popularity of options usage, trading volume, all that stuff, are you happy, sad, or indifferent about that? Does that make your job easier, or does it make it more difficult to implement strategies that rely on these options?
Oh, it's great. The more volume you have, the better. And as long as you're not doing the exact same strategy as everyone else, right? Where you're trying to trade on the same day as them and whatever it is, the more volume, the better, is my opinion. Build the market. There are a few gargantuan funds in the space that uses long equities and uses options to hedge the downside. But they do it on such a different, level or way than we do that I think it's absolutely fantastic for the market overall. And we are way away from any kind of alpha being squeezed out because there's too many market participants chasing the same strategy. That's not really an issue in the options market. So I love it.
Maybe to pivot the conversation a bit, since it's more than just options, obviously, when it comes to what you guys are doing, you've got your own screening process for individual stocks. And I know, Eric, you also obviously play with stocks too. Talk about what goes into a good stock that you then have the options overlay on. I mean, there's got to be kind of a interesting set of variables that maybe make it more likely for the stock side to benefit from what's happening on the option side.
Yeah. I think first and foremost, it's important to say that we manage the equity portfolio very much in tandem with how we manage the options. So the manner in which we are selecting stocks and the outcome we're looking for when we build our equity portfolio is because of how we manage the options and vice versa. And so what I mean by that is we favor kind of a flight to quality type of equity portfolio that has high correlation to the S&P, slightly lower beta, not real low, by the way. I'm talking very slightly lower, but we like things like free cash flow growth. We like things like clean balance sheets, but we're specifically trying to put in equity positions that will keep up on the upside, right? They're major names within the S&P 500s, like Apple and Microsoft and JP Morgan and you name it. And we are very cognizant of our sector allocations relative to the S&P 500 sector allocations. But because we have the options in place, it allows us to say, okay, if our goal is mid to high single digit returns, through bull markets and bear markets, then how do we get there most effectively and most consistently? For us, what that means is we prefer kind of a flight to quality equity portfolio, which basically means in most down markets, we expect our equities to outperform the S&P by a little bit, not by a ton, but by a little bit. And what that allows us to do is make sure that we have enough beta during up markets where our net returns of the fund are targeting what I mentioned, and it's purely the stocks driving those returns, right? But as soon as the market turns around, one of the ways that we attempt to generate the positive returns is because our options hopefully are going up more than our stocks are coming down, and our options on the S&P, right? So if our equities are outperforming by a little bit on the way down, then that helps us translate to kind of more of those consistent returns across the cycle. And it kind of also translates into lower volatility to the end investor at the fund level. So individual names, I mean, I'm happy to go through a few, but we do have some overweights and underweights. We take a look at what's going on in the general economy, and we use what's going on to help color where we want to overweight and underweight on a sector by sector basis. And then once we come up with that, then we want to make sure that the underlying names are representative of kind of that stronger free cash flow growth, cleaner balance sheet type name within those sectors, right? And they're generally more prominent companies within each of the sectors. So I'll stop there. I can get into more details if you want, but I can stop there.
Yeah, no, that's good. And Eric, I'm curious just to hear your, from a more retail self-directed side of things, how you go about screening things.
It kind of a high degree of variability, to be completely honest. I think that it's a little bit easier for me because being as a retail trader, I get to analyze the markets as they are and then pivot as I see fit. So like this week and around specific events like CPI, for example, so far this year, or FOMC rate statements, a near 100% hit rate has been variance risk premium variability and essentially capturing that, right? So easy trade there for me. And as soon as there's a different style catalyst, I can pivot away from that. So right now I have a glorious mix of long delta 1 products, of long delta derivative products, and then also short delta derivative products. And I am able to just slide them around until I get exposed to the correct time frame and then move on. But during a year like this, it's all about volatility. These are my favorite years. During the bull market, it's super boring. They're very profitable for me, but I mean, I can make like pretty damn good money in years like this based on the volatility behavior in and of itself. I'll probably walk out this year. I'm not, okay, let me preface all of this. Like, I'm a decent trader. I'm not like anything great like you see from the U.S. Investing Championships. I'm a normal dude. I'm a Marine, so I eat crayons. That's my level of intellect. But I mean, this year I'll probably walk out, mid 20% return, probably 23, 25%. And a lot of that just comes down to being able to pivot to what the market is showing me. This year, it's been a lot of volatility trading.
You may be good at eating crayons. I've been good at eating shit this year, given the way treasuries have acted. But Dan Weiskopf,
I love it.
I don't, believe me. It's brutal.
Yeah, no. So Danny.
Dan, I think you can go ahead with your question.
Yeah. So Danny, my question is this: your fund doesn't yield a whole lot, which is fine. Should investors be thinking that some of the put buying is being offset by the dividends that you're earning?
No. So we pay out the dividend that the equities generate. We pay those out quarterly as they're generated. And just for normal 40 Act accounting rules, the fee of the fund, the management fee, gets subtracted out of the dividend. So I think our gross dividend on the stocks is somewhere around 2.25%. It's slightly higher than what you get in the S&P 500. I think our distribution is probably around 1.25 or 1.13, something like that. So we do pay out the dividend. We do not use dividends to purchase puts. That's a combination of cash through an extended bull market. It's a combination of trimming the biggest winners in your equity book. And in a bear market or a volatile market, honestly, we're using the puts to finance the puts over and over, more so than anything. But we actually do pay out the dividend because we think that's a generally investor-friendly note, so that they can get some income in the meantime, especially if we're going to enter a kind of lower for longer type of equity market.
Let's play with that a little bit, because I think, I still go back to the year's not over, and a lot of people still think that you can't have some fireworks. I still think you can. But let's talk about macro for next year for a bit. Because you had mentioned earlier in the conversation this idea that you have to think about options from the standpoint of pricing, and there can be obviously mispricing, especially in oddly volatile periods. I think everyone would probably agree that you're going to have more volatility. The bear market may not be over. How do you think through next year from a macro perspective, allocation perspective? What are you hearing from investors? Maybe just give us kind of like a high-level view of how you think next year might play out.
So, I will do that, and then I will throw in the funny, if you looked at what all of the major banks expected and economists expected the market to do this year, if you looked in the end of 2021, every single one of them expected a positive year in the markets, at least whenever they initiated their capital market outlook. So, our crystal ball is really no clearer than anyone else's. But what we are seeing economically, so let's assume that the markets for a second follow economy and general growth, is there's a fairly high likelihood of a double dip recession, in terms of this first wave this year was really more price based, right? It was the price coming down because the discount rate was going up. So the future value of your earnings is a lot lower today than it was 12 months ago, even if it's the same level of earnings. And so you haven't, I would say, especially through the end of the third quarter, you really didn't see any earnings falls yet. You saw a lot of prices come down, especially in the tech sector, which was a little overheated, and a couple other sectors. But you really weren't seeing any demand destruction yet from the Fed increasing interest rates the way that they have. And the only way to bring down inflation is to crush demand, right? If people are still willing to pay the higher prices, there is no business in the world that will lower prices. And so the Fed raising rates, while it curbs business spending, it curbs borrowing, all those things, what it really does is it crushes demand. That's the goal. And once you crush demand, clearly earnings are going to come down. So our view of it is, when I say a double dip recession, what I mean is, while this year was really focused on the prices of stocks, the multiples coming down that they were trading for, we think next year is going to be more focused on the earnings side of it coming down. And so even if you had, let's assume that scenario played out, even if you had the exact same multiples next year as you do today, in theory, if that holds true, the earnings side down, maybe severely. We're not expecting anything severe, quite frankly. There's not a financial crisis here, or a debt crisis. You have rates going up, so variable rate debt's going to cost more, et cetera. But the truth is, rates were low for long enough that most companies, traded their variable rate debt in for fixed, and so did most borrowers on homes and things like that. So I don't think there's a liquidity crunch which causes a really fast, sharp down move. But if you have earnings coming down, you have demand destruction in the economy, which kind of leads to layoffs, et cetera, right? Then, it could be, my crystal ball would say something like 6 to 8 more quarters before, you really kind of find a nice floor and equilibrium, and all of a sudden, the market can find a bottom to take off from. So that's our our outlook coming into 2023. If the market decides to follow that, it's a really different kind of a different equation. Usually the market can be a little bit of a leading indicator. So we'll see what happens there.
Eric, do you factor macro at all when you're doing your options trading? What do you keep that in the back of your mind? Does it impact your risk tolerance, risk taking? Give us some thoughts on that.
For sure. I think the macro side of things appeals to me more from a general point of intellectual curiosity. I just find it fascinating. In terms of what I trade on a day-to-day basis, pretty much everything that I need can be found within the platform itself, meaning I don't try to allow too many external factors to integrate into the decision cycle. And it's just because, literally I can remember in 2014, people were telling me that the bear market is coming any day now and we have to all buckle up for it. And, sure as shit, you'd be sitting there for 6 years waiting for it. So there's always going to be market capitulation at some point. I tend to focus far more in terms of what is actually happening in the markets and trading off of that information. But like I said, I am generally interested in the macroeconomic picture. The housing market has been extremely interesting to me. We're seeing a lot of auto repossessions, I'm doing a study on that right now in terms of, the forecasting capability of automobile repossessions to recession duration and depth. So I'm curious about it personally, but in terms of what I'm trading, other than, I guess, peripheral knowledge, it's not a primary driver for me. I'm not setting up 2023 macro trend trades right now. I'm far more agnostic than that.
Let's go to ATX for a question. Go ahead, ATX.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I was just curious, kind of, this is a question, I guess, for everybody, from like a longer term perspective, how y'all feel about leaps in general, both puts and calls, like, and what delta you guys like to use or like to buy and how far out you go. Like I bought some deep in the money puts earlier in the year, kind of as a synthetic short, and it's done okay. But I'm just kind of curious how you guys feel about that and what if that's part of your strategy. Thanks.
For us, it's not. We don't use leaps. When you insert a lot of time value into what we're doing, using the puts as protection on our equities, or to be a driver of returns during a bear market, the time value that's left in those leaps will screw up what we're trying to accomplish, right? We are trying to benefit from the really sensitive, the high sensitivity of short-term options. And right, so when we have our puts on and the market goes up, they're gonna die and they're gonna go worthless, right? Pretty quickly because they're a week out or 2 days out or whatever. The sensitivity we want is if they're relatively close to the market and it falls even a little bit, they're going to kick in more quickly. And when you have a lot of time value left, that doesn't always happen. So if the market fell 20%, if you had a leap option on, it's going to move way differently than at the same strike price, my short duration option does, just because there's no time value left. So for our strategy, for it to work, for us to create alpha and kind of get that kind of asymmetric downside protection while still being long to the market, we have to use the short-term stuff. So that's a long-winded answer to your question. We don't use the leaps. I think you brought up Delta. We are watching Delta quite a bit. It's kind of getting into the weeds a little bit, but typically we're going to come in every day with a Delta around between 20 and 40 on the overall portfolio. So that includes our long equities and our options. So we like that long exposure on a general basis.
Good, Erica.
Yeah, for me, leaps are one of my staple strategies. I like to run ratio diagonals, both call and put side. I actually have a couple on right now. I think they're a fantastic tool. They're good for providing some level of leverage, but leverage giveth, leverage taketh. And I think it's important to make that note because a lot of people will use leaps as a surrogate for the underlying, which I totally understand that perspective, but we're adding another layer of risk to our trade. Not only do we need to be correct in terms of our direction, but now we are time bound. It needs to happen within a specific amount of time. Your approach, ATX Grunt, as you're highlighting going deep in the money, that's actually a preference for me, specifically for long, long dated options, is to go deep in the money. And it's because the higher delta gives us a few things. One, we're going to move closer to spot price. So if you're doing an 80 delta, you're going to move 80 cents for the dollar, everything else ceteris paribus remaining the same. You're also going to limit your theta decay. There's less time value in the options, higher upfront cost to buy them. They're going to be more expensive. So I think for longer dated options, that's kind of my go-to, to be completely honest, is to go far in the money, because that's the main thing I'm trying to do, is get closer to a 1-for-1 dollar move in spot without paying a lot of theta and without exposing myself to a lot of gamma. And just as Danny's highlighting, for the shorter term options as part of the diagonal, I typically will purposefully expose myself to gamma because I can get paid more there.
Right.
And, for him, he needs that as part of, the broader portfolio strategy. That gamma risk is very important to him. He's obviously long gamma. It benefits him. Yep. So I think the leaps, as you're setting them up, make a lot of sense, obviously, depending on the broader strategy. But if I'm going anything longer than a year, which is what a leap option is, I am typically going to be 80 delta plus.
Okay, cool. Perfect. That totally answers my question. Thanks, guys.
And ATX and Eric, both of you, thank you, both of you, for your service. Just want to say that also. I got a question from Mr. Black in the audience. He can't come up here, but he said, can you talk about reading volume flows and if options are being written or bought, I guess, based on volume? Yeah, you see a lot of that on Twitter. A lot of people referencing volume on options as maybe a tell. I don't know if it's something you can easily backtest. More of a side note, but I don't know, Danny or Eric, if either of you want to chime in on that.
Are we paying attention to option volumes? Is that the question?
Yeah, maybe if it's assigned to anything, like if you could use it as an indicator as opposed to telling you something about just the volume itself, liquidity.
We eyeball things like the put call ratio, right? And that can be a little bit of an indicator. We don't really use it to help drive decisions, to be fair, but we try to have a pretty tight grip on what's going on in the market, the vol structure, the liquidity of these. But remember, we're using, this is built as kind of an institutional absolute return fund. So risk is paramount to what we're doing. And we're using S&P 500 options. So it's really not, that's probably more relevant in the individual securities names to look at the, what the liquidity of the underlying market looks like.
I definitely do myself, just to follow up on the question. I think I will argue that retail traders in the last year have come across this, quote unquote order flow, as if it's this magical box with all the answers and you could just read the tea leaves that is order flow and have where things are going to go. And it's so misguided. Order flow has been around forever. Level 2 data has been around forever. The order book has been around forever. The data's been around. I think retail traders are just starting to get exposed to it. So they think it's the next, greatest thing that exists. But that being said, there's a lot we can glean from it. And to Danny's point, I also am a big believer in things like put call ratios. I also like to look at product depth. So I can pull up a product that lets me see where open interest exists across expirations, across strikes, whether it's a call or a put. And I can get a pretty clear understanding of at least where the market is pricing things to go. Like, for example, right now, across all SPY expirations, there's about 7 million open interest on calls and 11.6 million open interest on puts. And this is very normal because most people are using the SPY for puts, for downside hedging. But if I see that relationship change, that tells me something. Because again, acknowledging the fact that I probably am the dumbest person in the space, I have no problem looking at the broader information data set that's being provided to me, aka the crowdsourced knowledge that is supply and demand represented in the market. And if I saw those two figures switched, where let's say the calls in SPY had way more open interest than puts, I would probably be trying to understand why, because that's an anomaly. So it doesn't mean I'm immediately going to start buying calls loading up, because broad markets are very wrong very frequently, but it at least tells me it's something I should look at because this is different than usual. So I think order flow is useful to that degree. And really, it's also a great way to find insider trading, because if there's some sort of catalyst coming up, a lot of insiders, specifically trading on insider information illegally, but they'll use options for leverage. And you can find that because you can see if there's been an explosion in open interest in a typical product that has a lower relative volume. And you can see what strike, what expiration, what kind of trade order it was via the order book. And you could say, okay, something's up here. Again, it doesn't mean an immediate trade, but it's just another data point to look at. So I think order flow in general, both for equities and options, is the ultimate expression of what the market is doing. It's not what the pundits on TV are saying. It's what people are putting dollars into. So I pay pretty close attention to it just for general information.
I will say insider trading is definitely not the correct way to use options. But we'll go to Dan Weisskopf for the final question, and then we'll wrap up here. Again, everybody, please be sure you follow Danny as well as Eric. And again, this space is sponsored by Core Alternative. Go ahead, Weisskopf.
Yeah. So, by the way, Danny, I'm sorry, I'm totally off today on some of my questions. I apologize on that. But two couple of points. I think everybody's saying the same thing. Size the positions right in the context of options, because you're either gonna be right or wrong. I actually totally am adamant that CNBC comes on and says, "Hey, this is an indication that the earnings are going to be strong." So, but you know what? So much money is controlled by hedge funds, and they might be hedging a trading, or So I have to say that yes, it's good information, but I think there's probably, for me at least, less of a reason to make a trade because CNBC says this is indicative of positive earnings by somebody's view.
Yeah, we would totally agree with you. We don't think any of that is really warrants. It's not actionable data, but for us, the truth is there's a ton, and I mean a ton of data points out there that you could look at that you think are leading one way or another. And again, 50% of the time you're going to be wrong. And we're no different in that than anybody else. So, where I think the Core Alternative ETF, our fund, kind of comes in is we say we don't have a better crystal ball than anybody else. We're going to set up for whatever direction the market comes, right? And if it goes up, great. We're going to be positioned for that. If it goes down, great. We are positioned for that. And all we're trying to do is maintain that balance to give investors kind of a more consistent, I guess, a return over bull and bear markets that they could be proud of. I think using things to manage risk is one of the best ways to increase your probability of hitting your goals long term. And that's our view of it. So we don't make trades based off of this news article, that news article, whatever it is. We may size up a little bit on puts or something if you're going into a day where, maybe there's a big CPI print coming out. Well, that's because 85% of the time, you don't know which direction it's going to go. But once that print comes out, it's either going to be a big up day or a big down day, usually, right? And so, we can go in and add a few more puts and keep your delta high enough so that if the market goes up, we're going to participate. If it goes down, we're going to be just fine. But that's the extent of us trying to make, any kind of directional bets based off news. That's part of my comfort, frankly, with the strategy. What I think one of its best benefits is you kind of just take both sides and you say, hey, let's get to that long-term goal in a more consistent manner.
I think that's a good place to end this space. Everybody, thank you for joining. Special thanks to Eric Smolinski for adding a lot of depth to this conversation. Of course, everybody here at the ETF Think Tank and, of course, Core Alternative. Make sure you follow Danny, and we will see you next time, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks,
thank you,
guys.
Eric. Thank you, Danny.
Great chatting. See y'all.
Cheers.
All right, hang on. I got to get him as a co-host. Not
I
as a
just
fucking
invited him
speaker.
again.
Yeah, I did, and I heard him yell. I heard his yell, and then I accidentally canceled it, which is hilarious. Hold on, is he up as a speaker?
I sent him an invite.
We made it.
All right, he's now a co-host. I'm telling you, this motherfucker, he's got bad internet or something. These NFT guys, you gotta watch out.
Bags, I'm surprised you.
Sometimes you got to sell those NFTs to pay bills.
Yeah, I'm surprised you figured out how to invite me up here, Bags.
Yeah, I mean, it took you fucking 27 attempts to connect. It still says connecting. Like, is your internet okay?
No, we're here. We're good. Internet clean. Got the recording up and ready. We're good.
All right.
Yo.
Ben?
Yo, I'm here.
All right. All right, we got everybody here. So we're going to do what we're calling a no holds barred space with BitBoy. He said we can ask any questions we want to, but he said I talked to his management team and they said we only had 90 minutes. Is that correct, Ben?
Yeah, somewhere thereabouts.
I talked to his management team, his security team, his PR team, 17 publicists. Ben, is that correct?
Yeah,
or no?
of course. That's just a fraction.
It's not, motherfucker. I just called you like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was me direct. Okay. All right. Okay. Enough
You
smoking beer.
fucking
It was just me.
liar.
Okay.
You fucking liar. All right, so we got myself up here. We got Maine, a good friend of mine, probably one of the best traders I know. He hosted the fucking, he announced the fucking Dubai fights. He announced me getting beat up in Dubai. We got Udi, the fucking Bitcoin maxi turned Canpai Panda NFT shill / still a Bitcoin maxi. We don't have any idea. We got Thread guy up here. He streams a lot in spaces. So that's kind of the team. And then of course we got BitBoy.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Maine, you wanna say anything?
No,
You
I'm
good?
excited to be here. Do we got some questions we want to start with, or is that how we just want to jump into it?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I just want to. I want an organic space. Nothing was prearranged. You know, I talked to Ben for literally 3 minutes. He was leaving the gym. I'm like, I was like, how long do you have? He said, an hour. And I'm like, 2 hours? And he said, nah, maybe 90 minutes. And I said, all right, let's get it. Udi just happened to recommend himself, I guess. Right? Is that correct, Udi?
As usual.
Yeah. And then Thread guy was literally in my DMs fucking begging to be on the fucking panel. So we had to get him up here. All right, BitBoy. Yeah. First question. And just understand my preparation for this was like an hour ago, right? So we had a space. And I said, hey, like, we're doing a space later with BitBoy. Like, what do you guys want to hear? Here's the first question. And I think it's a valid question. BitBoy, is that top half or bottom half?
Okay. So, BitBoy, is that top half or bottom half? We're going to have to go with top half, I guess. I guess that's what we're going to have to go with.
All right.
Yeah. So,
and you've lost a bunch of weight. So that's actually believable now.
I have.
That's actually like 6 months ago. That wasn't that believable, Ben.
Well, just so everybody knows, like, I know a lot of people that are probably listening to this space, they're not probably active followers of my channel, but, I am obviously a 40-year-old man that people call BitBoy, and a lot of people wonder, what that is. I did not ask for people to call me BitBoy. We created a character called BitBoy, and he had a turtle sidekick named Hodl. The original goal of my channel was going to be an animated cartoon series about crypto, which some people have been in talks with us about actually making it, maybe making that happen eventually. But what happened is eventually I realized I was a bad animator and it took too long. And we just wanted to start doing news videos. And so when we started doing news videos, we would do interviews. People would come on. They would call me BitBoy. That's kind of how I got stuck, being a 40-year-old man named BitBoy.
All right. So I can call you Ben, right? Because me calling you BitBoy feels a little bit weird.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So let me tell the kind of a quick synopsis of how you and I met and how this got going, right? And you correct me if I'm wrong. I was in the Bahamas I was with Keyboard Monkey and Gainsey and my father and brother, and we were searching for SBF. And this is right when everything was like unraveling right after. We never left the sports book or the casino. We were hoping we assumed he was going to come in. So we just stayed right there, parked at the sports book, drinking tequila for like 3 days. And you happened to walk by. We said hello. I invited you to dinner. You brought your crew to dinner with my crew. And then that's kind of where I think we may have found BitBoy, or we may have found SBF and turned him over to you. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But is that kind of the general?
Well, I mean, I gotta say this: like before we went and got SBF, we saw you, so there had to be some kind of connection there.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And Gainsey is Jewish and SBF is Jewish, so there's probably some kind of connection there.
I'm gonna stay away from that one.
All right. Maine's actually Jewish. Udi, are you Jewish as well?
Do you think this is a coincidence that everyone here is Jewish?
Holy cow. Holy cow.
Not.
They control the media.
Clear.
Kanye was right. Kanye was right. They control the media. Holy
Oh my
shit.
gosh, I'm staying away from that.
So anyway, we had
control the
dinner. We had a good time.
straws,
We right. Yeah, 100%. So we had dinner. We talked about it. I'm just going to say this. You're a polarizing motherfucker because I posted one dinner picture and I had like fucking 700 comments about this and about that and about this. And I'm like, holy shit, my feed has never been so overrun. Like, what the hell did you do to be so damn polarizing?
Man, I remember a long time ago, I talked to Mark Moss. A lot of people know him. He's a Bitcoin maximalist guy. And we go way back. And, you know, it was November of 2019. And he told me something. He said, you know, people just don't really have an opinion on you. He's like, they don't really like you or dislike you. And that's a big problem. Well, fast forward to where we're at today. And, you know, it's really hard for people in crypto not to have opinions on my opinions. And, you know, we have a lot of people that love us. We got the strongest base in crypto. There's no doubt about it. You know, our live stream numbers continue to reflect that people that love us, they love us. And people that hate us, they hate us. And, you know, I really do think over the last couple of months, we certainly changed the minds of some people. And people say, oh, well, you're different. You're doing things different now. Well, we're certainly doing a little more investigative journalism, but I haven't changed a lick. You know, I've been the same person since the day I got into crypto. And we are very polarizing. And I think one of the reasons is because I give my real opinion. I don't change my opinion based on who's listening. And obviously, the more you give that opinion, the more you're going to isolate people that don't agree with you. So whether it's my thoughts on NFT or my thoughts on Solana or my thoughts on, you know, Bitcoin going to $100,000 and it didn't get there, or the Ripple case ending, it didn't end, or whether it's, you know, me moving over to the XRP side, those are going to continue to isolate more and more people. And obviously, like when you just look at how things happen in crypto, the majority of people that come in, they come in at the top and they get mad and they get bitter. And I've been there. You know, I certainly have, you know, came in the top in 2017. For people that know, you know, I got in crypto in 2012, but I was using it as a currency. I wasn't using it as an investment. 2017, I got in near the top, lost all my money just like everybody else did. And I understand why people are mad about that. But I think that for some reason, like I've just seemed to enter this world of, especially when it comes to crypto Twitter, where there's just all kinds of memes about me out there. You know, people make memes and then when they meet me in real life or they actually watch my channel, they're like, oh my gosh, this is not at all what I thought. I know when I did the Bankless podcast, they were like, wow, we didn't expect an intelligent conversation. I'm like, well, you know, I don't know why you didn't. It's because they just see memes and they believe things about me and they don't actually talk to me. You know, I've been in crypto for a long time. I've got a lot of perspective. And, you know, like I said, I do have a lot of opinions and I'm very passionate and I care a lot about the space. And, you know, I think that just leads to, you know, some people not liking me. And look, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. There's certainly people in real life as well. There's a certain kind of person I know that doesn't really like me. It's a person that doesn't like loud people, you know, because I'm very loud and opinionated. And when people are a little more introverted and reserved, you know, I'm not going to be the kind of person they're going to want to listen to. And certainly we made a lot of mistakes and in this bull run. I wish I could take some things back that we had done. But we just try to learn from all that and move forward. And I think if people watch the channel this year compared to watching the channel last year, they'll see we made a lot of changes, and we listen to people. Like, we understood, like, we don't do token reviews anymore. Like, we're not going to like paid. We don't do sponsored content around tokens or coins. We did finally this year, for the first time since January, we took on an exchange partner. We've got CoinLedger as somebody we work with for some sponsorship. So we're doing some more sponsored stuff. But we're never going to do a coin or a token review for money again. And I think that's where a lot of people got mad, because obviously we would do these reviews and, you know, my channel was very popular. Prices would go up. People would get wrecked. The people making the money were the people on the teams. And I understand why people were upset about a lot of that stuff. So I just like want everybody to understand, like, we took a lot of the criticism, and while not all of it was warranted, some of it certainly was. And, you know, we're just trying to grow and adapt and move forward. I think it's really funny that a lot of people were, you know, especially earlier in the year, they're comparing me to Michael Superman or Ian Bellina and saying, like, oh, well, you know, you're a flash in the pan, and, you know, these guys aren't really relevant in crypto. I mean, I know Ian has token metrics and stuff, but they're not doing daily content. We're the most consistent channel in crypto, period. And we'll continue to be the most consistent. And, you know, whether you like us or not, we're going to stay at or near the top. I mean, certainly there's talented people coming up in the next generation of crypto content creators, and somebody will pass us one day. But in America, especially, you know, we're still the top of the game, and we're going to continue to be, because we work harder. You can't outwork us. And we've got a team here of a lot of people. We've got a 40,000 square foot studio. We're not here to make money and leave. You know, we're involved in politics now. We have our bill that will be public. We got it registered. It's going to be public later this month. And, you know, it's going to be hard to, we want it to be hard to tell the story of crypto in 20 or 30 years without, you know, talking about BitBoy Crypto.
All right. Understandable. And I'll say this, like, I mean, you know, I've been in crypto since like 18. Obviously this space is not about me at all. I want to keep it on you. I want to kind of go through some questions, and then what I want to do is open it up to the audience, let them ask questions, you know, fire away. But like, I've been very outspoken against scammers kind of my whole time in crypto, honestly. And so when you and I met, we were just kind of bullshitting over something, like maybe a football game or something. And I was like, here, follow me. And I was blocked.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that or not, but yeah, you had to unblock me. You were like, what'd you say? And I was like, bro, it could have been fucking anything. Yeah. Like I'm not against controversy. I'm not against like going after people in any way. So I'm glad you came on the space and said, hey, look, like when I talked to you, I was like, yo, like, what do you want to talk about? And you were like, anything. Yeah. I don't give a shit. So I fully respect that. After spending a little bit of time with you and talking to you, I was in a space earlier today, just kind of like saying, hey, I've done no prep for this whatsoever. Like, what do you guys think we should have as questions? And people started firing away, right? And so all of it was really more related to like the FTX situation and what was going on there than anything else. Right. Like, that's what people want to know about. So like, all right, so you called out Sam pretty early. Yeah. I'd say, and I don't have any tweets or anything in front of me, so I'm just shooting from the hip here. I'm saying like probably a month before the shit started to kind of unravel. I know Sam went back at you. Like, tell us about what transpired. What did you see? And what transpired from there?
So it's just very fascinating how it all happened. And, you know, people, you know, it's almost like such a random coincidence that I got involved in all this. But, you know, I don't believe in random coincidences. I believe I was kind of on a God-given mission against FTX. And I was in a position to get some information that other people didn't have. And it led me through a series of events to where I faced him in the courtroom on Monday, which was kind of fun. But I think that ultimately what happened is we have a bill. I can't wait till I can talk about what it is and stop saying the bill. Should be later this month. So we had a bill and we needed funding for it. So, you know, $3.2 million is what it cost us to get this bill across the finish line. Would have been $6 million. However, I don't need a marketing budget because I am the marketing. So it saved us a bunch of money there. But $3.2 million in a bear market is a lot of money. I'm not rich like Carl or like Chris or some of these other guys that are, you know, borderline, you know, billionaires that have 9 figures. At the peak, we were at about $35 million at the peak of this bull run. And, you know, we put about $10 million into real estate. And we had, you know, a lot of crypto. You know, I bought a house. I got a car. You know, I got some Lambo, or I got a Lambo and stuff. People know that we bought that when it happened. But, you know, we don't have millions of dollars sitting around in the bank right now. We had $15 million on Celsius that turned into $3 million on the way down, and we lost it. So we're not sitting on a ton of money like people think that we are. Like, we're still sufficient as a business and we're still profitable, but we got hit just like everybody else got hit, especially for people that got swept up in contagion. So I don't have $3.2 million sitting around to fund my own bill. So we sent the bill to FTX because, yes, I had never really made up my mind on Sam. People know I've made fun of his haircut a lot, obviously, because it's a really, really, really bad haircut. And maybe that was what prevented them from reaching out and wanting funding from or wanting to sponsor me. They've never contacted me about a sponsorship. FTX US has never contacted me about a sponsorship. We've never taken a dollar from them. People know I was invested big in FTT. I thought it would be big because derivatives trading here in the United States, it didn't happen. And so Sam was on Capitol Hill and he said some stuff that impressed me. You know, I like that he fired back at some of the, I can't remember if it was Congress or Senate, but he fired back at him and he said something like, yeah, our users know way more about crypto than you do. And I was like, man, what a great line. What a burn. I never fully made up my mind on him, but that line right there was enough for me to say, let's see if we can send this bill to him. So we sent the bill to SBF. We sent it to Brett Harrison, the CEO of FTX US, former CEO, and they sat on it. They didn't sit on it first. They said, yes, they were very interested. They forwarded the bill to Mark Wetjen, who is the CFTC commissioner, former CFTC commissioner, who is their policy head, who has deleted every trace of him off the internet in the last couple months. And they sat on it for 3 months. Well, we have bipartisan support from two really big politicians. One of those politicians said, hey, I don't know why they're sitting on this bill. We need to get this going. Let me call them. So we got Mark Wetjen's number, and this person called Mark Wetjen, and they said, hey, what's going on? You've been on this for 3 weeks. This all occurred while I was in Alaska. I was on this moose hunting trip in Alaska for 2 weeks. So this would have been September 17th, I believe, was the day I got back from that trip, and I got a phone call detailing exactly what happened. So not only did they sit on my bill for 3 weeks, and they tried to sabotage it. In the meantime of sitting on the bill, that's when Sam went to the Senate and started getting support for the DCCPA. That was a direct result of looking at our bill, because our bill is the antithesis. Our bill is against everything that he was trying to be for. His was about centralization and helping out exchanges. Ours is about creating a mechanism to where we can have smart crypto regulation that basically encompasses the entire space. People will understand what that means here in a few weeks. So he sits on the bill, they sabotage it, then they try to steal my person. They try to steal my politician that's backing our bill from me, and that pissed me off. And I was like, what in the world? Why would they try to do this? Well, then this person tells us that their goal was to create a federal bit license. And we have been talking about this federal bit license since the middle of September. I came back from that trip. I started letting it slip out a little here, a little there, either on September 26th or 27th. That was the day Brett Harrison stepped down from FTX US. And we did a big live stream that morning where I detailed everything they were trying to do. Chuck Schumer was involved. Sam was involved. They're trying to create this federal bit license. Nobody believed me. They're like, boy cries wolf, you know, and I get that a lot for whatever reason, even though, you know, most things we talk about end up coming to pass. So what occurs from that point is Sam starts putting out, there is a little middle spot there where I believe that Sam actually had the creator of Tornado Cash, of the code, or the developer. I believe he had him arrested because that allowed Sam to come out and talk about block lists and white lists. And so I think he had a lot to do with that, actually, because that would play when he released his political manifesto, whatever day that was, middle of October. He comes out and says, this is what I'm wanting to do. The two things we've been saying that he was against, Sam was trying to ruin peer-to-peer, and he was trying to ruin decentralized finance. That's what he was trying to do, right? Or not decentralized finance, but decentralization in general. He wanted to hand it all over to the government, and so he could get the keys to the kingdom to create his FTX monopoly empire that would be licensed. He did not say anything about licensure in that political manifesto, which was quite interesting. He changed the language based on us attacking him. And so what occurs is he goes on that Bankless podcast with Eric Voorhees and just gets obliterated. He looked like the biggest idiot ever. Well, in that interview, he started talking about licensure for the first time. And all of a sudden, people were like, holy crap, BitBoy's been telling us this for a month. and nobody listened and nobody paid attention. And you've got this guy like Dr. Evil trying to ruin decentralization and trying to ruin crypto. So what occurs from there is all of a sudden, all Sam's enemies start emailing me. I find out about Casper Labs. I found out about ICP, what they did with the synthetic contracts there. Find out what they did to refinance, which is almost the worst one, like just straight up strong arm blackmail extortion. Then you have what they did to New Genesis. The CEO of New Genesis, the coin was called New Coin. Nobody's ever heard of it because FTX destroyed it through the liquid exchange in Alameda. We met Hussein Faraj. This is the guy that has been sitting on all this evidence for months and months and months. And he had been looking for somebody to come out swinging against Sam. And he looked into my background. He said, actually, like, I thought when I started looking into you that you were totally paid off, that you were bought off, and that, probably FTX was paying you as well. He said, we looked at your background and, like, yeah, you made some mistakes in the past from, doing sponsored videos. It turned out to be rug pulls, whatever it was. I mean, I own all that. It all happened. He said, but actually, like, you're not paid off. You can actually go hit this guy and they can't blackmail you. And so he gave me all the evidence. We have tons of files, tons of folders, tons of audio recordings, tons of video recordings, emails of them directing people at Liquid to literally delete evidence that might be used later, crime after crime after crime. And we started talking about he's going to get RICO charges. He's going to get racketeering charges, a long time ago. And it looks like that's the direction this is going in, wire fraud, the whole 9 yards. And so that's kind of how we got involved in it. That's how we started getting a hold of the evidence. And I know that we were working with Gretchen Morgensen with NBC. I know this is where Udi comes in, because Udi really criticized me for some stuff, and it was fair criticism. I'll give it that. We started working on a story with NBC News about the fake market. We were so focused on what was going on with the project side that we had blinders on. We didn't even see what was going on with the retail investor side. So when we were telling people to get out off of FTX, it's because we understood that they were making a fake market. What they were doing is they were counterfeiting coins over and over and over again. I'm positive they did this to Celsius. We know who has a smoking gun here. We haven't got the smoking gun yet, but they did this to Newcoin. And Sam also admitted they did it to Bitcoin. What they were doing is they were creating paper Bitcoins on the site to be able to control the supply in order to affect the price. And they were literally market manipulation at a criminal level is what they were doing. Their liquidity pools were full of counterfeit everything. And so what we didn't realize at the time, because of course I put out a tweet saying I didn't think they were insolvent after the CoinDesk article came out. Well, we were so focused on the market side, we weren't looking at the retail side. What was going on the retail side was people were withdrawing profits. And when they would pull profits, FTX had to give them the real liquid assets. So when they would give them the real liquid assets, they would have to counterfeit more coins to fill the amount that just got taken. And that's where all of these insolvency holes kept happening. If you go look over the summer, one genius thing FTX did was delete all of their data from API. So you can't even go look at these numbers anymore. But if you were to look, there's a famous tweet from, I think the name is Crypto Smitty. Over the summer, he showed all of the ratios between longs and shorts across every major exchange. It's like 35-65 generally on most exchanges. It was like 99% shorts on FTX. It was insane when you look at that. So these are how these insolvency holes were being created. And that was what we missed. We had not made that next logical step. So we were working on a story about the fake markets. And then when the insolvency came out, when Binance came out and tweeted, or when CZ came out and tweeted that he was, selling the FTT, and that Sam had took a swipe at him from the regulatory, stuff, which I know, probably came from Brett Harrison. It's like now all of a sudden became very clear why those insolvency holes were there. And of course, then we ended up doing the story with her where we talked about the insolvency holes. It started out as a fake market story and it ended with the insolvency. And of course, we talked about a lot of the business practices in that. So that's kind of the genesis of how things got from the beginning to where they were when CZ dropped his tweet.
I mean, that's pretty in depth. Like you know, obviously we all knew, I mean, the whole market erupted, right? When Sam brought out his fucking proposal and all the shit, like everybody was like, whoa, Sam, what are you doing? This is completely anti-crypto. The whole market turned on him. And it wasn't, like you said, it wasn't very long after until, you know, FTX was visibly insolvent. But you said that at what point did you know that they were like using fucking artificially printing Bitcoin? Like at what point was that?
Well, the Bitcoin came on Twitter Spaces afterwards. It was the new coin was the one that we were working with. I could go back and look in my emails and find out. I can tell you the exact date that I first talked to Hussein. But from the very beginning, as soon as we had a Twitter Spaces, or not Twitter Spaces, as soon as we had a Zoom meeting with him, that would have gone back to, it looks like October 24th. That's when we really started figuring out. That was the first time I had contact with Hussein, and we started figuring out what was going on with, you know, the fake market. And this is still something people don't understand is like the predatory business practices, the way they were destroying projects. Hussein worked on Nucoin for 10 years. Before Bitcoin was even around, they were doing AI stuff. They're sitting in a room getting ready to celebrate their listing on Liquid. Alameda has just signed them on. They're like, oh, this is great. This is amazing. They never did an ICO. They never made $1. The coin traded at 35 cents between miners. It never traded less than 35 cents. They listed on Liquid, which is owned by FTX, through Alameda. Within 2 days, the price was at a penny. They literally destroyed 10 years of work in 2 days.
All right, hang on 1 second. Thread guy, can you play that real quick? This is just for the speakers.
In case of an investigation by any federal entity or similar, I do not have any involvement with this group or with the people in it. I do not know how I am here, probably added by a third party. I do not support any actions by members of this group.
That's just now that only covers the speakers. That doesn't cover the people that are listening. So there are screenshots being taken. Udi, do you have anything to say to what's been said so far? Or are you going to hang tight?
This is so deep. This goes so deep. I have a question that's almost unrelated. Like, how come? Why, Ben? Why do you have a bill? Like,
why do I have a bill?
Yeah, why?
Okay, because nobody's stepping up and doing crypto regulation from the crypto side. Everybody's trying to do it from you know, the Washington side, and you do have some people like Blockchain Association and Coin Center that are doing some good work there. But I mean, really, what if they got done? You know, what if they got done that's really changed crypto regulation? Nothing. I have the most common sense crypto bill that people have ever heard. When people hear it, they're going to be like, "Oh yeah, you've been talking about this for years." It's something to where all the language from the bill came from my channel, came from stuff that I've talked about since I started my channel in January of 2018. And there's a guy who is a lobbyist. He works with, you know, a lot of big political people. And they were similar to Hussein. When Hussein was looking for somebody to champion what they were doing, they were looking for somebody who they felt like didn't have skeletons in the closet. I've got all my skeletons are public. That's the difference between me and a lot of other people. Didn't have skeletons in the closet, had a big voice, had a large community, had a lot of conviction, and had passion about crypto. And they were looking for somebody to kind of be their political champion to come out and push crypto regulation that makes sense for the entire space. And they watched every single video in the history of my channel, which I don't even know from an hour's perspective how that's possible. But I do know that this person did do that, and they decided that I was the right person for it. And they came to me, and we started working on a bill in California. And while we were working on the bill in California, which is a state law, which is SJR 16, it basically gets rid of the accredited investor requirements on the state level. We've got to get it approved in 37 states to actually change it federally. But California is the first place we're working with, and we were doing that bill. We went out to Sacramento and met with the chief of staff of the House Assembly leader back in March, I think, is when we did that. Maybe it was March, maybe it was May, somewhere thereabouts. And we went out and met with the chief of staff, and they were really impressed with us. They said, man, we've never had an influencer come in here who didn't tell us what to do, who listened to what we had to say and just gave input. And so it really set us on a good ground with people in California to move forward with that bill. Well, in the midst of this, all of a sudden we start having all these collapses, and it's like, holy crap, we need to do something to prevent crypto from falling in the hands of people that want to ruin it, like SBF. That's exactly what we're trying to prevent. So kind of what our bill is like I said, I'm going to be able to go public with it. I need to check on the day. It's going to be very soon because we are registered. We are officially registered now. So now we're just waiting for a number. It's like, I can't remember what the name of the number. I'm not super well versed in politics yet. I'm getting a lot more well versed, but it's basically where we get a registration number for the bill. Then we can talk about it. It's against the law to talk about it beforehand, but it's a mechanism that creates a group of people, including crypto people, that together will lead and make crypto decisions and help push the space forward. It won't be all crypto people. We do have to have some from, different sectors, like, whether it's, law experts or whether it's politicians or whether it's commission members. But the whole idea of this is we call it Project Kneecap because we're trying to kneecap the SEC. The SEC has been overreaching and they've been grabbing and they've been trying to destroy crypto from the inside out because Gary Gensler is, he's a corrupt, bank-driven, grifter. There's no doubt about it. He's trying to be Treasury Secretary. Why do you think he wants to be Treasury Secretary? Because Janet Yellen got $7 million from banks the year before she became Treasury Secretary for doing Zoom speeches. So he knows the amount of money that's on the line here, and he's trying to position himself for that. He knows the loss he's taking with the Ripple case is going to make him look terrible. So he's just looking for wins wherever he can get them. And this is not how to do crypto regulation. Nobody's responsible for more people losing money in crypto than Gary Gensler, period. If he had done his job in the very beginning and it created clarity and regulations, then we would not be in the spot we're at right now. We could have prevented Celsius. We could have prevented, FTX. We could have prevented all of this if we created a regulatory environment where these companies can come here and start with confidence, knowing the rules. He refuses to give the rules, so he on the back end can rule through enforcement. I compare him a lot to a speed trap in Dothan, Alabama. If you've ever lived in the South and had to go to Panama City, you got to drive through Dothan, Alabama, and you're going to get a ticket almost every time because that's what the entire town exists on, is speeding tickets. That's how their revenue comes in. Gary Gensler is the same way. The SEC is basically a speed trap. All they do is enforcement for money, and that's got to stop. Somebody's got to put their foot down and put these people in their place. And, like I've said quite frequently recently, if people haven't figured it out, my fear receptors are gone. So I'm not scared to do it. So that's ultimately why we got involved in how we got involved in regulation, why we're involved. I don't know. Eventually, maybe I'll run. We'll see what will happen down the road.
Udi, does that answer your question before the inevitable, what are you running for, Ben, question?
Did we just get confirmation of BitBoy for president?
Possibly.
I mean, is that what we just got? I'm questioning that.
We got some steps before that, but I do think.
Hang on, Ben. The space suit looks oddly familiar to the Trump collection.
Yeah, that's where he got it from. He stole that from me, actually. I want my money, Trump.
I mean, that actually doesn't surprise me at this point. All right. So you are now pretty familiar with the Bahamas, correct?
Oh yeah. We love the Bahamas.
So for those of you that don't know me, I'm intimately involved with the Bahamas. It's my home away from home. Last year I was there probably once every 3 weeks. So when all this stuff started popping off, it was very, in my wheelhouse, very appealing to me. Like I wanted to know what was going on. I almost, and I told this story earlier, but like I almost got trapped in a deal because like in early April, I think of this year, I had been down looking at land for quite a while. I was going to build directly across from Albany, which is where Sam's penthouse was. It's where Tiger's golf course is. And I was going to build based on the growth of FTX, the growth of like the Solana people moving there, all the people around FTX like moving there. It was a huge play. And I'm formerly in the real estate business. So like that was a huge play for me. We had done all the due diligence, et cetera. And we just kind of backed off a little bit for whatever reason. And all of a sudden fucking FTX happened. And it happened to be a blessing. But, with that, I'm very familiar with like how the Bahamas works, how the politics work. I know pretty much everybody on the island. So like, I find it fascinating that it all went down here, and that's where kind of Ben spent his time, digging this shit up. But let's go back to the FTX. Hang on one second. All right, let's go back to the FTX a little bit, Ben. When the shit went down, right? When the shit was hitting the fan and they opened up the fucking Bahamian withdrawals for, 24 hours or 48 hours. Like, I can give you my opinion. I want to hear yours.
Well, I know what happened. I don't need opinion. I talked to so we've gotten very close with Lincoln Bain on the ground there. Lincoln, he ran for prime minister. He is an absolute salt of the earth kind of guy. He is against corruption. He's got a law degree. We're working with him with a lawsuit right now against FTX and Sam, which people are going to find a lot more about in the next month. There's a chance we're going to be able to do some really incredible things to help people get paid back. That's the goal. But Lincoln, he's going to run for prime minister again. He wants to run for prime minister. When he wins, he wants to change it to Republican and be president instead of prime minister, because he wants it to be a more democratic society down there. Every person I talked to down there in the Bahamas, with the exception of one who was somebody that said, "Oh, I just hate all politicians," they love Lincoln. The guy who was SBF's personal bodyguard for years, he was actually my bodyguard during this trip, when we were down in the Bahamas this time, because guess what? They don't have a job anymore, So I even asked him, I said, "What do you think about Lincoln Bain?" And he said, "Oh, he's phenomenal. He is 100% who he says he is. He's authentic. He wants to fight corruption. And this is stuff that we want to fight." So we really partnered with him, and he gave us the rundown of everything that happens in the Bahamas. It made me feel so naive to stories that happen internationally, because you just feel like you know what's going on, but you have no clue. All you're getting is the narrative you're being fed. When you get on the ground and get boots on the ground and really start understanding what's happening in the Bahamas, it's so fascinating. We love the Bahamas people. Every person we met in the Bahamas was freaking awesome. The government, there's a lot of corruption. It's kind of this idea of pirating, like they call it Pirate Bay down there, because, they're constantly trying to steal from people. The government is. And they tried to steal. They're stealing from Sam right now. They're trying to take his property and his assets as we speak. That's what our lawsuit is going to try to protect. But what happened with the withdrawals is very interesting, because I think there's 1,500 names on this list of people that receive money. Well, according to Lincoln, I know it had one guy who was part of some ICO thing who said this isn't true, but we've talked to Lincoln about it for weeks now. He says, not only did you know the Bahamian people are not allowed to gamble at the resorts, they're not even allowed to gamble. It's against the law for native Bahamians to go to the resorts and gamble. Somebody said there's some other casinos there. I don't know anything about that.
I'll confirm this. I'm a gambler. Right. I've got friends that live there. We have dinner, hang out. They come to the resort. We go to their house, whatever. They are not allowed to gamble. Absolutely zero.
So also, in addition, the native Bahamian people are not allowed to trade crypto. They didn't have accounts at FTX. There are people that work there. There are people that came there as residents. The average Bahamian person was not on FTX. So you say, okay, let's say a few people that live in the Bahamas got around that rule, or they did it anyways. Okay, well, that's not going to be this total amount that are getting withdrawals. And they're certainly not going to be on the list of people that are going to be able to get the withdrawals. These are all government-related people. They are government-related people that got these payouts from FTX because they wanted their money out before anybody else had a chance. And this is something that you only know if you're down there. You just assume like, oh, everybody in the Bahamas or, FTX is big there. I never talked to a single person in the Bahamas that was a native person who cared about crypto. They cared about how FTX made them look. They cared about the jobs that were going to be created, the 1,000 jobs that were going to be created by the new FTX office that now is going away. They cared about that stuff. They didn't give a lick about trading crypto. The people that got the money are the corrupt politicians and their friends who are now trying to steal all the assets. So that's kind of the undercover story that a lot of people don't realize, is that's who is getting those payouts. And so you said you had your opinion. I'd like to hear what you think.
Yes, I mean, you're 100% right. Like I've got friends that live there. I've got friends that work there at very high levels, like well-paying jobs. Nobody's into crypto. As soon as I saw this happening, and I was live tweeting it, you can probably pull up my tweets from back, then. I'm like, this is a major fuck over. There's not this many people trading fucking crypto in the Bahamas. It's either FTX accounts, right, that are based in the Bahamas, or it's fucking laundering. It's one of the two. Like, that's my opinion. And we saw people take advantage. Like you saw FTX NFTs spike to fucking however many millions of dollars. Like nobody was trading on fucking FTX on NFTs. They were washing fucking money. But I just wanted to like prove that point because I would think like in the clawback, right? Like when they're going back to clawback money, that first 24 to 48 hours is imperative. And when you're talking about $100 million, $300 million, $500 million going out the door, like it's very easy for me to look at it and say, you know, as somebody that's knowledgeable to say, yo, like there's no way there's that much money in the Bahamas in the fucking crypto accounts.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just not. I mean, Bahamian people are certainly not rich, you know, so they don't have tons of crypto. I think the other thing is to watch is not only do we have the Bahamian withdrawals, but we also had the hack, right, that occurred a few days after, CZ dumped. This hack that occurred on the Saturday night where all this money went, some of it went to Binance, some of it went to Kraken, some of it went to Vitalik directly. And it's important for people to understand that was not, it didn't matter where that money went. That money might get clawed back, potentially. It did not matter where that money was going. It was not about who was receiving the money. It was about on the back end cleaning the data records so they don't have evidence. If you hear John Ray in the trial in the Congress when he was being questioned, he said they're very terrible bookkeepers. They kept no records. I don't buy that at all. They deleted all of them. We know that because you have Dan Friedberg in charge, and that's exactly what they did with Ultimate Bets and the $40 million poker scandal in the early 2000s. Everything, all this money that was being sent out was about cleaning records. Like I said, this is why you can't go.
Wait, how does that work? How does that work? Like, so you're saying they had some records they wanted cleaned out. How does sending the money on a transparent blockchain help with cleaning the data?
Well, when you look at the API, we go back to the long versus short rate ratio. They were trying to basically delete the website in a lot of sense. I mean, people still can't log into this day, right? And I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to pretend to be a Chainalysis expert and tell you how it works. All I know is I was told a week before this happened, I was told that when this thing went down, that they were going to delete every record on the backside. And while this was going on, Hussein was telling me, Hussein will have a lot more answers for you on exactly the details on how this works. Because this is where I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble when I try to explain things I don't understand. I don't understand how it worked. All I know is I was told they were going to send money out and it was going to be a process of deleting records from the inside. So whether that is, cleaning out wallets, maybe they were trying to clean out wallets to basically get them off of the site. I don't really know, but that's what it was about. That's why, look, it didn't make any sense where that money went. Why did it make any sense that CZ received a bunch of that money? It made zero sense.
I mean, it sounds like two separate things. Like the emptying of the wallet seems like a separate thing from the deletion of data, which might as well happen. I don't know, but it's certainly not accessible anymore, so it might as well happen. But it sounds to me like the moving of the funds is, something else.
But
someone
I
can get that money, right?
Udi, would you like to be on the receiving end of one of those wallets right now with Ray looking into it?
It's always I'm told that it's always better to owe money than to be owed. So that's
a good point.
Sure. It's better than not having.
I love it.
You have some leverage, right?
So I'm gonna try to follow up and get information on that, on exactly how that works, so I can explain it a little bit better. I probably won't get it during this call, but
that's
I'll
fine.
down on the video this week.
That's fine. But I just knew immediately when I happened to be in Dubai when it happened. And I'm sitting here watching, friends go bankrupt and all this shit go down. And then they're talking about, at whatever time in the morning, they open up Bahamian withdrawals and it's 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, whatever the number is. I'm just sitting there looking at my buddies and going like, this isn't possible if it's Bahamian withdrawals. Like there's not that much money in fucking Bahamian accounts when it comes to crypto. Like I 100% know, like my friends are fairly well to do when it comes to society there in the Bahamas, and like they don't even touch crypto. Like I had to start a couple of wallets and send them some ETH just as like tips, just to say, you know, thank you and here's how to get into it. Like it's not a common thing down there. So I knew immediately there was like shenanigans going on. All right, let's move on a little bit.
Okay.
I want to hear about, like, here's what I want to know now. I want to know who is fucking dirty. Like we got O'Leary going on every fucking show known to man. All right. We got O'Leary going on every show known to man and sucking FTX off and sucking Sam off. And, you know, I would invest in Sam again. And you have to fail to learn and this and that. And it's like, no, you really don't. I mean, I did, but on a minute scale. But like we've got O'Leary going. We've got fucking political donations flying left and right. Like what's going on?
Okay. So first and foremost, people really need to differentiate between what Kevin O'Leary tweets and then what his 19-year-old intern who's an idiot tweets. Because they tweet quite a lot of stuff that seems counter to his message. They're just engagement tweets. And Kevin O'Leary, by the way, uses bots out the wazoo. We're working on a giant expose on bots and fake engagement and fake followers on Twitter. We might do one on YouTube. It's going to be really cool what we're going to do. People are going to think it's absolutely fascinating. But we're working on that. If you go look at his ratio numbers between his likes and retweets and his comments on those random engagement tweets that nobody cares about, it's absolutely insane. It's also hilarious that on the day that me and Kevin really started going at it with each other, that all of a sudden, like his numbers were going way, way, way up when people were constantly unfollowing him that day. He uses fake followers. It's something Elizabeth Warren also does it. So many of these people
Ben,
use fake followers.
I understand the significance of having fake followers, but you also made another accusation against Kevin O'Leary. I think you said something, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not sure about the exact quote, but it was something about him being a murderer.
Yeah,
Can you explain that, the murder accusation? I don't want to belittle the fake followers, but I feel like this might be bigger.
I'm actually Canadian, so I know all about this one. When he hit someone with the boat, right? Like, he was drinking and driving on his boat on a lake.
His wife supposedly was, but the story really is it's a cover-up. It was actually him driving.
Man.
Yeah. So basically, here's
big.
I pinned the tweet just for reference.
Yeah. A lot of people in Toronto know.
Who said no holds barred?
No holds barred. Well, this is something like, look, we'll get into this and I'll give you my full thoughts on it. But this is something that like I've been trying to stay away from because it's real. It kind of takes away from the message of why he's bad for crypto. Like we're talking about why he's a bad human here, which is a little bit different. But in reality, what happened is, now, I will say the one saving grace that they do have in this story is that the boat they hit, it did have the lights off in the middle of the night. But there was high speed involved. There was drinking involved. The wife supposedly was driving. Now, people on the ground there tell you it's a cover-up and will tell you that he was the one driving. That's just what they say. I've talked to plenty of people in DMs that believe that for 100%. They admitted that the wife was drinking. And she had no consequences. She got off scot-free for the whole thing. Kevin O'Leary has a history of paying people off and a history of getting out of lawsuits by financially paying off judges, lawyers, plaintiffs, the whole 9 yards. He did it with an ICO lawsuit in 2019. So, and people are saying, like, aren't you scared he's going to sue you? No, I'm not scared he's going to sue me. He doesn't want to go into discovery. This is a Canadian case. So he certainly doesn't want me, of all people, to go up to Toronto and start kicking down doors and asking questions. And that's the whole thing about a cover-up. You don't want anybody to go in and figure out what really happened. So I know he doesn't want that. I know he doesn't want that to go to discovery if he wants to come at me for that. And I'm not sure how it would work since he's Canadian and I'm American and it's a Canadian court that ruled in it or whatever. But I've been telling Kevin since the beginning, sue me, bro. Sue me. Anything I've said about him is true, and ultimately I can prove that it's true.
But most we're talking about an accident, right? Not an actual intended murder.
Right. We're talking more vehicular, something equivalent to vehicular manslaughter is what we're looking at. Not where he literally went out and sliced somebody's throat on a boat. Right. This is equivalent to vehicular manslaughter is what it is on the water. I don't know if they have that charge in Canada. In the United States, that's what it would be. That's what the charge would be. It would be vehicular manslaughter, which, yes, technically is not murder, but in a lot of ways, the word murder in a legal sense is different than kind of how we use it in an everyday sense, So I would say, look, that's definitely something that happened. There's a lot to that story. If you talk to people at, I think it's Muskogee is the lake where it occurred, they will tell you there was a cover up. The fact that she was drinking and got off scot-free, that to me tells you everything you need to know. And I don't want to go at the guy's wife. I don't know the guy's wife. I think he was actually, I believe personally, it's my opinion that he was driving based on everything that I know. He's a big celebrity. It would have been a terrible story. And I think he put it on his wife. And I think that's a super cowardly thing to do. But that's separate from all the problems in crypto. So let's kind of leave that there's all my thoughts on that. And let's push to where he does what he does in crypto. Number one, the fake engagement. That is what it is. When you look at the statements that he makes about SBF, I've done poll after poll after poll. 96% of people in crypto believe that SBF is a bad guy and he doesn't deserve a second chance in crypto. Anybody that says otherwise, most likely they clicked the wrong button or they were just trying to be antagonistic. Almost everyone universally agrees to that, okay? How is it that you have Kevin O'Leary, you have the New York Times, you have the Washington Post, you have the Wall Street Journal, and you have Forbes all putting out stories and puff pieces and narratives that lines up with that 4% of people that believe that he's a good person? It's absolutely asinine to believe that he really buys into what he's saying. He also said that he said this over and over and over again. It was my money that I lost. I lost all my own money. Well, FTX paid you $15 million, doofus. Like, it's not your own money. Where do you think that $15 million came from? It came from customer funds. Now Kevin is in a spot where he's been so vilified in the crypto community. Obviously, I'm not going to let this guy off the mat. I'm going to continue to pound him. We've got to get rid of these stupid traditional finance people. These traditional finance people in crypto, we have to get rid of them. Yes, in 2020, we love them coming in with their institutional money and pumping prices up. Do you love them now? Do you see where this ends? Do you see why it's so important that we keep these people out? They want to turn it into traditional finance where all the elites make the money and the retail investors get crapped on nonstop. And I'm tired of that. Kevin O'Leary is one of them. Jim Cramer is another one. You can't tell me Jim Cramer is not paid by Alameda or their propaganda arm. He is just right there with Kevin O'Leary saying all the exact same stuff. These people, here's what people have to understand. Alameda has one of the most ferocious propaganda arms we've seen in the history of social media. They have the most, I would say. When you look at what the messages and the narratives they put out, let's look at the evidence, okay? Number one, first of all, it's very easy to see there are a ton of bots, and this goes across the Solana community too, a ton of bots. There's a ton of fake engagement. And there is a ton of paid followers across all these accounts. But what's really interesting is when you look at the way they're able to put out media, we know they paid $27 million to the CEO of the block. $27 million. Why do you think that was? That was to control narrative. We know that they paid influencers. And I want to be very clear here. And I've said this from the very beginning. I never took $1 from FTX. I don't blame anybody for taking sponsorship money from
FTX. Hang on. Yeah. Have you taken $1 from anybody that competed with FTX during the time that you started shitting on them, which was what, 2 months ago?
I think we had just maybe we had some kind of deal with Binance at some point, but it wasn't anything real serious. We had a Binance referral program that we were trying to sign people up on Binance. People will know if you go look at that clip on FTX when I said Sam Bankman-Fried was the devil. You will see obviously that we have a Binance logo on there. We had an agreement to basically try to get people to sign up for Binance, but it didn't really work, and because obviously in America people can't sign up for Binance. But I don't blame anybody for taking money from FTX, and I only point out that we never took money from FTX so people understand that I'm not being hypocritical when I say I don't blame people for taking money from FTX. That's why I point that out. I'm not trying to make it sound like I'm better than anybody else because I didn't take money. I'm just trying to say people that took money from FTX Just the same way the politicians took money from FTX, they didn't know it was insolvent. If people understood what was going on under the surface of FTX, they certainly wouldn't have taken that money. So I just wanted to point all that out. And here's the thing. People took a lot of money, and it controlled the narrative of FTX when it came to the your people like Kevin O'Leary, your Steph Currys, your Shaqs, your Tom Brady's, all of the people across social media and across YouTube and across Twitch that took money from FTX. All that was doing was it was really keeping people to where you can't take money from someone and not be biased on some level. That's why we don't do coin or token reviews anymore. Even if I really believe what I'm saying, there is a factor where you're receiving money that it basically makes you just naturally want to be friendlier towards the people that are giving you money. I mean, that's just the way the world works. That's what I've learned since I've been in this business. So you had all that, but you also had you have 12 to 14 mid-tier crypto publications as well, an unknown amount of crypto publications that were paid that we don't know about, all pushing out these narratives. You see this in action right now because you see the shift of, oh, it wasn't Sam's fault. It was Binance's fault. Everybody who is saying that it's Binance's fault that FTX was insolvent, they're all paid. They're all propaganda arms. No one can look at this situation and say, oh, an $8 billion hole out of $10 billion. And when you stretch that out to Alameda investments like BlockFi, a $50 billion insolvency hole, and blame it on 500 million FTT tokens that CZ sold. It's absolutely asinine to do that, and nobody believes it. And yet you had Kevin O'Leary in front of the Senate trying to push this message. You have a lot of people that don't like Binance, and that's fine. And I'll say this till the cows come home. CZ may be a bad person. He may be terrible. Binance may be insolvent. Maybe. I think it's very, very, very low chance. However, it has nothing to do with FTX. FTX did all this to themselves by being fraudulent. When you just stop at commingling of funds between Alameda and FTX, and when you just stop at the fact that Alameda had no liquidation points, that's all you need to know that FTX was fraudulent from the very beginning. You don't need Binance to come in. All Binance did, all CZ did was speed up the timeline several months.
So quick question, Ben.
Sure.
At what point do you think that FTX was insolvent? Like, at what point did they start? You know, I mean, we know kind of the timeline of like when money started going straight into Alameda's accounts. Like, where do you think it all started? Ground fucking zero.
John Ray said since the beginning. John Ray said since the beginning. Since the beginning, there was no distinction between Alameda and FTX. 19, I believe it was 2019.
So 19. All right, but that's not really my question though. Is like the commingling of funds is not really my question. My question is, where did we start filling holes? Have you dug into that part of it?
Oh yeah. So the holes, when these insolvency holes, they got exacerbated over time for one major reason that's very simple for everybody to understand. The price of everything started dropping, right? When the price of everything starts dropping, and now you've got all these, over leveraged trades or whatever the case may be, all of a sudden everything gets to be like, oh, we don't have a ton of new customer funds coming in every day like we did in 2021 or we did in 2020. The new customer money coming in is what they were rolling into all these accounts, and they were doing all this with. So when the prices started going down, things really started getting ugly. Well, when you look at 2022, this is when obviously the bottom fell out of the market. This is officially bear market, and things started getting very tight. Well, this is why they started doing things like unpegging UST or depegging UST from Terra Luna. If you look at who did that, now we don't have the hard evidence, but we all believe that Sam Bankman-Fried is being investigated by the federal government for unpegging UST. So there's evidence out there that shows. I said this on September 27th. I said Sam is behind Terra Luna. He's behind Three Arrows Capital. He's behind Celsius. He's behind Voyager, which led to Vald. I don't know how directly involved he was in the Vald collapse. But the fact is, if you look at how much money was made on that, I believe the number, somebody could fact check this. I actually tried to fact check this myself one day on the show and couldn't find it. I believe it was like $200 million that was made from shorting Terra Luna during that time. And we all blamed Citadel and we all blamed BlackRock for it. Well, that $200 million, well, that's sounds like a lot to cover an insolvency hold, doesn't it? Then when you look at the Cell token, when you look at, once again, I believe 100% that they counterfeited the Cell token on the exchange to keep the Cell token price at what range they wanted it to be on. There's evidence of this, of the Cell token price going up on other exchanges and then having to come back down because the FTX and whatever other site that they were also shorting it on, which I believe was either OKX or MEXC, where they were able to keep that Cell token in check, even if it was going up on other exchanges by shorting it so much on their own exchanges. So when you look at that and you look at how much money they made shorting the Cell token when the collapse occurred with Celsius, they were creating these 9-figure deals to be able to cover their insolvency holes. And what was going on is that the Voyager, the empire they were building was so important because if they had been able to go through with the Voyager acquisition, and I don't think they would have been able to get done with the Celsius acquisition because I think we were already sounding the alarms by the time that was going to be happening, with or without CZ. But if they added Voyager, that was $1 billion worth of real liquid assets they were going to be able to funnel into the site. And not everybody was going to withdraw all their money. They were going to feel safe. Like, oh, now I have an FTX account. Oh, my funds are over here. Oh, it's way safe over here. Not learn the lesson, obviously, to take your money off in self-custody. And not only were they getting the real assets, but they were also getting the user accounts. So all these user accounts that were going to be coming over, because that was a requirement to get your money, was to create an account on FTX. Now you suddenly added way more people that can deposit money that you can once again try to fill these insolvency holds with. So if they had been able to acquire Voyager, so this was the big thing. It became clear to us, I guess it was probably a little bit after the insolvency, that Voyager, we had to prevent them from acquiring Voyager. We had to get all this out and sound from the hills. This could not go through. Obviously, after the CZ stuff happened, it was very clear that wasn't going to happen. But if they were, the shot clock we were operating with was if they were able to buy Voyager and fill that insolvency hole with 10 figures, then they would buy Celsius, which Celsius had, $3.2 billion worth of real assets, which now may be closer to 2.8 or 2.7 based on the price of everything. Now you're talking about another $2 to $3 billion. Well, shoot, now you've been able to cover up possibly $4 billion of that insolvency hole by adding those assets. And you've got new customers now putting stuff on. They were really trying to fake it until you make it. And some people will argue that Binance did the same thing. I don't have the evidence of that, but I will tell you that some people believe that Binance and Tether both did the same thing, get so big that you get too big to fail and fake it until you make it. And FTX was trying that model. And unfortunately, they just were not. And this is what people really like. I just don't think people understand unless you've been on the inside of this looking at it. This was an extremely sloppy organization, an extremely unsophisticated scam where they were really trying to bull projects over with straight bully mafia tactics. They weren't outfoxing anybody. And so this was always going to end up in a bad spot because none of the people involved in this, to be honest with you, were very smart. Sam is not very smart. I don't know if people can figure that out now. He's not very smart. His parents.
Let's address one thing because I think it's been the ongoing kind of overlooming question of crypto for long before FTX was around. Right? Was Tether. Right. That's always been the thing. Is Tether. Ever since I got into it, long before I got into it, is Tether solvent? And when you and I ran into each other and you said, hey, we're going to look at Tether. I tried to put you in touch with one of my contacts at Tether. He's like, look, he's like, I'm playing fucking golf and drinking. He can go through the fucking publicity route. Like, we don't do interviews. You went to Tether, and what did you find?
Yeah, well, we went to Deltec Bank. So Deltec Bank is the banking partner with Tether. And this is kind of cool. So, we were real scared when we first pulled up because we pulled up and we were like, this building is freaking empty. There was nothing in it. And then we come to find out that they actually had moved while they're doing remodeling. Well, let me tell you, there ain't no remodeling going in there. Just everything was been basically burnt from the inside or you know, torn up from the ground up. But one cool thing that we got to do was we did, my security guy says I'm supposed to say, we acquired entry into the original Deltec Bank. And I got to take a picture with the vault, which was really cool. The famous Tether vault, I've got a picture with. Of course, David Schwartz put me in all leather, which was not really too complimenting. But took a picture with that. And we also found a notebook. So we have a day planner, some evidence from 2013 of somebody's entire year, every person they talked to, every phone number, every conversation. So we've got a lot of stuff that we're going through with that. Right now, it's just pretty crazy that they left a day planner in that old bank. So the next day we go to the actual bank, and you know, some people that were you know around know, if you watch the video or if you saw our Twitter Spaces, we basically refused to leave the property until they brought somebody out. So they brought somebody out and they talked to us. And they're supposed to be answering questions, and we have just kind of left that for now, as we've been heavily into the SAM stuff. But we will be coming back to this Deltec stuff for 100% sure. We're gonna be doing an expose video on Deltec, Tether, obviously the Moonstone Bank, you know, started by the guy who created Inspector Gadget, which I think is just so hilarious. That's in Idaho or Washington, on the Washington-Idaho line, I think it is, which is very sketchy where that bank is. I think there's 150 people that live there, like 150 residents. They've got like 2 or 3 murders a year. It's pretty insane when you look at that. But I think here's what people have to understand about Tether itself. Going to the Bahamas and checking this stuff out, I did not believe that Tether is insolvent. And I still do not believe Tether is insolvent. I believe the same thing about Tether that I believe about Binance, which is the reason they don't want you to look into their books is because they have way more money than they're supposed to have. I think that's the truth. I think they've got assets all around the world. I think if there was a bank run on Tether, I think they could liquidate some yachts or some real estate properties and they could fill that insolvency hole pretty dang quick. That's just because someone does not want you to look into their books, that does not equal insolvency. And that has been a big problem that the average person in crypto just can't seem to grasp. They just think that because Binance has been sketchy with their books and, you know, they had that auditor quit, which why would you want to be the auditor of Binance right now, right? When you know, you can't see their liabilities, you're only seeing their reserves or whatever the case may be. But, you know, now I think there's rumors of one of the big 4 accounting firms maybe going in and doing that audit. It's going to be a freaking nightmare. Auditing Tether is a freaking nightmare. But it doesn't mean that they don't have the money that they say they're going to have. And I actually had a really interesting phone conversation with a guy. This guy, he contacted me on Twitter. And he said, hey, I want to talk to you. So I called him. That's what I do. If you contact me on Twitter and say, hey, I want to talk to you, I'll call you right away. That's not true, guys. But I did call this guy, and he said, listen, he said, he was the person that called Deltec and told Deltec to send out a rep to talk to me because he said it was just terrible publicity. He knows the original founder of Tether. He knows the current CEO of Tether. And what he told me is this, because I believe that there was a lot of money laundering that happened. I can't remember what year it was. Maybe it was 2014. Maybe it was 2013. When Tether sent off like a ton of money to get audited or whatever it was. And then it was somebody in the Caribbean, this auditor, and they actually stole like, I think it was $600 million. I don't remember the exact numbers. I remember the story. You know, a lot of people can go back and check out that story of, you know, when, you know, they had to stop saying they had 1-to-1 cash reserves for Tether because they had all this money stolen. I tended to be of the belief that all that money got laundered, and that's where all these extra assets came from. Well, this guy says what he believes happened, and he knows these people very well, is that Tether just got pushed into the world of shadow banking. And when you get into the world of shadow banking, and when you get in the world of the Caribbean and pirates, so to speak, you end up the same place that Sam just got. You get burnt, and that they've been burnt a lot of times by a lot of these shadow banks that are not regulated. That's why they eventually ended up at Deltec, and they've been with Deltec for a long time. So I do believe, now look, once again, I want to say this. Nothing I'm telling you about Binance and nothing I'm telling you about Tether is 100%. They may both come out tomorrow and be insolvent. I'm telling you what I believe based on my research and my conversations and who I've talked to. I believe that Binance and Tether are both solvent. I believe they both have more money than they're supposed to have. I believe in the history of both those companies, There's probably some wrongdoing there along the line somewhere. And how bad it is, I don't know. But it doesn't have anything to do with where these companies are at today. And I think that they're both going to be fine. And like you said, go back to 2018 when you got into crypto, people were still talking about Tether back then. It's been the story since 2017 is Tether's going to collapse. They've had a CFTC investigation. They have had a CFTC lawsuit, and it's still around. So I think that should tell people a lot.
Well, I just know this. Bitfinex got my last account fucking axed, so fuck him and fuck his conspiracies on Tether and whatever. Yeah. Udi, how bad would it be for the community, for the Tether hating community, if Bitfinex and Tether were the last two standing?
I mean, so far they kind of are.
Imagine.
Really, yeah, they really are. Other than, I mean, Binance and Tether, they're the two ones that everyone is accusing all the time, but they're also the longest standing. Tether is definitely the longest standing, and you know, Tether and Bitfinex both went through, you know, big hacks, and they went through having their offshore bank accounts being frozen, and they've gone through being sued by multiple U.S. agencies, and they're still here. So I don't know. I really, you know, I don't have any insight into the books at Tether, but they've gone through a lot, and they're still here.
But I mean, and he's right. And that's why I asked Udi, because he's been around for a long time. I mean, the motherfucker's bald as hell. He's old. He's been here. He's been through it. So, like, but what's funny is, like, I was in Dubai. All right. So I literally hop on a plane. I go to Dubai. I'm going to fucking fight for whatever reason. And FTX goes down like the day I land. Okay. And then, like, literally 2 days later, the guys from Deltec Bank text me, and he's on Telegram. He's like, yo, send me a link to your fight. And I'm just sitting there reading this thing, and I'm looking at it, and I'm going, like, this guy's from fucking Deltec Bank, and he wants to watch the live stream of my fight while FTX is going insolvent, and there's a bank run, and there's fucking Bahamian withdrawals, and there's a hack and everything else. And that's when I was like, when I ran into Ben in the Bahamas, I'm like, dude, I'll give you my contact to fucking Deltec. Like, I don't think they're too fucking concerned about the current situation.
Sketchy stuff. Sketchy stuff for sure. But I think you're right. I think at the end of the day, they know they're solvent. And, you know, I'm telling you, the more interesting story here is Moonstone Bank, which I'm going to be honest with y'all, we haven't dug into 100% yet, but we know there's a big connection between Dan Friedberg, which we didn't even really talk about. Dan Friedberg of FTX and Moonstone, there's a big connection there. And so, you know, when we eventually get around to get into that story, I mean, we got so many stories we should be covering, and we just don't have time right now or bandwidth. But
all right. So tell me this, Ben. Obviously, all eyes are on SBF, right? But at the same time, like, where's Caroline? Maybe she's flipped, you know, state's evidence. We don't know. That's kind of the speculation. Where's Trabuco? Where's Brett Harris? Where's fucking Wang? Where's everybody at?
Yeah, I can tell you where everybody is. Brett Harrison is at home with his family. Brett Harrison is not a bad actor in this situation, in my opinion, after everything that I've learned. Ryan Miller, the FTX bankruptcy lawyer, also not a bad player. Ryan Salame, the ultimate whistleblower from the Bahamas, who basically outed this entire thing. I think Brett Harrison had a little bit of a role in the whistleblowing as well. But those are three people that are not bad actors in this situation, as it relates to the insolvency.
In your opinion.
In my opinion. Now, the other characters, they're all dirty. Sam Trabucco, which here's a trivia fact for you. Sam Trabucco is the 8th greatest New York Times crossword puzzle producer in history. He worked for the New York Times creating crossword puzzles. It was really interesting when you look at the relationship between Andrew Ross Sorkin, the New York Times, and SBF. They also worked together to throw ICP under the bus, in the middle of last year. But there's that. Sam Trabucco, he was so involved in the extortion of refinance. This is a bad guy. We call him the overbite. He is definitely someone who is a bad actor in this. He is in rural Maine, from what I understand. That's where he lives. This is a guy who will be called to court. He will end up getting in trouble for stuff he did while he was in Alameda. There's no doubt about it. When you look at Caroline has definitely flipped. There's no doubt about that. Her being filmed in New York, or when, people think like oh, how stupid of her to go out to a coffee shop in New York right now during this time. No, she knew exactly what she was doing. I've been told from lawyers that are close to the case that was called the Queen of the Day tour, to where basically when a female flips, they go on a publicity tour basically, but it's not like a media round where they're doing interviews. It's more like they just want to be seen. And so she knew when she went to that cafe that she was going to get photoed and it was going to go to social media. It was going to make a big deal. Why? That was her message to Sam that she had flipped. She's back in New York. She's not in Dubai. She's in public. She just hired a big lawyer who's famous for plea bargains. And that was the message to Sam. You would say, well, why would you want a message to Sam? For a week, Sam threw Alameda under the bus, saying, oh, it wasn't us. Oh, FTX. I'm the CEO of FTX. Like, I know about FTX. I don't know about Alameda. Don't know what they were doing over there. He was trying to position two things. Number one, position himself as they mismanaged funds. They didn't fraudulently use funds. And number two, they were trying to make it to where Caroline was the one that was in trouble. And this was the message they were trying to push. This is what they were trying to do through their publicity tour, through their media tour for that week. So Caroline is obviously flipped. There's no doubt about it. The only question is, how high up is their information going to go? Is she going to implicate Dan Freeberg? Is she going to implicate the parents? That's what I'm dying to know. Gary Wang, he's gone. I honestly don't think, and a lot of people don't know, I think he's the 5th richest person in crypto. Gary Wang will never be seen again, in my opinion. He is CCP. A lot of people know that connection. He's back home in China. I doubt we ever see him again. So to me, it's not even really, there's no point in really digging into what Caroline did. There's no point in digging into what Gary Wang did, because both of them are going to end up, being scot-free or well, Gary Wang definitely, but Caroline, who knows? She may get some kind of, house arrest or probation, or it's going to be very, very light what she says. Dan Freeberg is the one that's the real cog in the machine, though. Dan Freeberg is we call him the architect. We call the parents the puppet masters, and Dan Freeberg the architect. He's the one who designed all of the shell companies of their infrastructure. And there is, all kinds of people out, or if you look at the Ultimate Bet scam, the architecture they created for the shell companies, you look at the God mode, right? So there's a $40 million poker scam that was in 2007, right? And so what happened is they created a way for the people that worked at the site to see players' cards. They would call big professional poker players like Mike Madisal and Phil Hellmuth. Dave Freeberg actually started as Phil Hellmuth's attorney. And they would say, hey, Mike, come play poker heads up with me. So he would go play against people that worked at the company, not knowing that they could see his cards. FTX is the exact same scam. Alameda can literally see everybody's trades, and they have no liquidation points. So they could see your stop losses, they could see your liquidations, they could see your take profit levels, they could see your buy orders, they could see your sell orders. It was the exact same scam. The only amazing thing is that they actually, being able to do all that, they still managed to lose money, which is absolutely insane. But then you go to the third thing, which Ultimate Bets, when it went under, Ultimate Bets destroyed all the evidence, the trail, the data trail behind. It was only uncovered what they were doing 7 years later because of leaked audio tapes. Nobody knew the full extent of what they were doing with the God mode. The difference between today is we're seeing all this stuff in real time where it's already out. And then you look at the fourth, and of course I already explained, I'm trying to get more information on that. Let me see if Hussein messaged me back, by the way. More information on how exactly that worked for the inside, from them to delete all the data records behind when they did the hack. But the fact is that was the same thing they did at Ultimate Bets, was destroying all the data. Then you look at the fourth thing they had in common, which was the patsy, the fall guy. Sam Bankman-Fried is the fall guy here. He is going to be the one that's going to take 99% of the heat here, unless somehow Caroline is able to implicate Dan Freeberg in this. Sam, on a Twitter Spaces, said he knew that Dan Freeberg was involved in the Ultimate Bet scam, the biggest poker scam of all time. I know it pales into comparison for the numbers in crypto for FTX, but it was $40 million. He didn't even lose his legal license to operate in the state of New York. So Dan Freeberg, to me, and I'll tell you, I have got word that the Wall Street Journal is actually on his scent, and they're going to be doing a big expose, a big story on him. Maybe they do it, maybe they don't, but they are investigating him right now. Dan Freeberg is the one player in this that I believe everybody needs to be paying attention to, because he's the one that has all the answers. And hopefully, maybe, well, I don't know, hopefully, maybe he flips and then he narcs out the parents and explains the parents how they were doing all this. Because the parents were behind everything, and people can't figure this out. Like, Sam's not really smart enough to pull anything off like this. His parents were directing him the whole time. So who I want to see held accountable, I want to see Sam Trabucco held accountable, because what he did is absolutely disgusting to refinance. I want to see the parents held accountable. I want to see Sam held accountable. I want to see Dan Friedberg held accountable. Those are my 5 key targets that I definitely want to see, go under.
I want to see every single fucking person that knew about it or had anything to do with it be held accountable. I want them to go under. Like you can't tell me that we went back to, 2021 or 2020 and there was this massive gap to fill in the Alameda hole, right? Which I don't understand or believe anyway, Ben, just personally. Like, here's my outlook on it. If Alameda has all the data, they're trading against everybody, they have unlimited lines, they can't get liquidated, they're creating coins. Like, I don't even see how you fucking lose money, much less fucking, $5 billion or whatever the number is. It's just retarded to me to comprehend, but maybe that's just me.
Well, I think you're right. I think it is really hard to comprehend, but you also have to understand the environment at which all this is happening, which is in a crypto winter, when prices are falling dramatically and things that they thought were sure shots end up not being sure shots. And you look at a lot of their investments, a lot of the investments were falling. A lot of the companies that they invested in were failing. So it was more than just trading.
I get that, Ben, but like,
it's so hard to grasp.
If you've gone through 2019 and 2020 and 21, right? It was up only, right? Right. And they were in business during that time, and they were doing the same shit they're doing, during this winter. Obviously, a lot of money was being made. You can't tell me that anybody with half a fucking brain at this point, when you have FTX printing out $50 million a week or whatever the fucking number was, that anybody with half a brain doesn't just hedge a little bit of the exposure.
Well, I want to say what I said again earlier. They were not sophisticated. These were not super smart, super intelligent people that were thinking ahead. They just weren't thinking. Look, when you look at the fact that I literally have Dan Friedberg on video saying, yeah, we counterfeited the coins. What are you going to do about it? What? Like, you literally just admitted to counterfeiting. You admitted to fraud on camera. These people were just bully tactics. Yes, there were good traders and they had good algorithms. That was when you look at the Kimchi premium, that the arbitrage trading with the South Korean currency that made Jane Street trading and Alameda really run in the beginning. It's smart stuff. It's high level stuff. It's high level algorithms.
All right. So stop there. We've got high level intelligent traders, right? Yeah. that are taking advantage of premiums across the globe. And then what I hear is, oh, well, Wintermute and Jump came in, and all of a sudden they had faster connections, so they were eating up hundreds of millions of dollars a month on Alameda's premiums because of faster connections. Like, I don't buy this shit. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I think one thing I was told is that when you looked at those long to short ratios and how they're like 99% shorts on FTX over the summer, is that part of the FTX plan was to just allow hedge funds and VCs to come there and trade in this kind of like infinite shorting environment, because they were counterfeiting the coins. But of course, you look across other exchanges. Of course, other exchanges have effects on the prices as well. It looks like they were just trying to buy favors the entire time. They were just trying to buy favors, attract people to come trade there, obviously buying favors in the political arena. And look, is it really that hard to believe? When you look at the fact that how many high-level traders do you know that in real life are idiots and can't actually do much in life other than trade? I know people like that for sure.
Yeah. No. I do too. That's not the question at hand. The question at hand is, how do you lose that much money when you have every edge possibly available to you, right? Like you're looking at the order books, you can see there's no way they're taking on blind fucking exposure to massive positions when you can see the order books, you can see the flow, you can see where like everything's headed. Like nobody is dumb enough to go long only when the entire market is shorting, right? Like it doesn't happen. And you're coming off a massive bull market, which if you were doing this the entire time, you would have already raked in billions and billions and billions of dollars of profit that you would have to play with. Like, I don't buy that they fucking lost this money. I just don't.
Well, okay. You are correct in terms of they did not lose as much money as people think that they lost. So if we go to the property, right, we look at the property in the Bahamas, this is the big thing that we're, I don't want to give away too much, but this is the big thing that we're going after in this lawsuit. Okay. If there's between 300 million and $1 billion worth of property in the Bahamas on October 19th, right? So only a few weeks before the insolvency, they decided they were going to create an additional company called, right? Like these people are really bad at hiding money, because like if you were going to create a company where you're going to create property in it and try to hide it, like maybe you don't want to name it the same name as your regular company. So they had FTX Property Holdings, and then they create on October 19th, Alameda Property Company or Property Holdings. So we don't know what's in that.
But hang on. That's normal business, right? Like if I've got Alameda and I've got FTX, like FTX Holdings, Property Holdings, and Alameda Property Holdings, like that's normal.
Yeah, but we're not
business.
trying to hide money and we're not trying to hide property. Like you would just think if you were trying to hide some of this stuff, which nobody has.
But you don't hide it in fucking real estate on an island either, Ben.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly, like look, I almost bought a fucking $7 million house in Ocean Club, last year, and I didn't. Deal fell through, and then I almost fucking bought a bunch of land across from Albany to build housing strictly for fucking FTX growth, and luckily I didn't. I got away with I got unscathed on 2 potential fucking arrows that I was about to shoot out. But that's not how you hide money. You don't hide money in fucking real estate on a tiny island. It don't work.
Well, they did it. And I'm telling you, Congress doesn't have it. Congress came to us.
Ben, that land is now worth
for the evidence.
I hate to tell everybody, but whatever amount of land that you've got, whatever number you have on the real estate in the Bahamas, you need to go ahead and cut that in half. My first call after the FTX debacle was a real estate agent in the Bahamas. He said, hey, ICE, I hadn't talked to you in a while. Would you like to buy some real estate in the Bahamas? And I just went, ha, no.
Well, yeah, the Bahamian government has seized all of this property, supposedly. That's what we're hearing. They've got it all. But under the I just thought it was crazy that like 3 weeks before they went insolvent, they created another property holding company because they had too many under FTX properties. There is a list that we have through Lincoln Bain. There's about 20 properties long. It was at the time. Now it's grown significantly. These are not, when I say hidden, these are not included in the bankruptcy. That's really what I'm trying to communicate here when I'm saying they're hidden. They're not attached to FTX Digital Holdings, or FTX Digital Holdings is the name of the company, or just FTX Digital. All of these properties are off the books from the bankruptcy. All of these properties were bought with customer funds. All of this money was embezzled to buy these properties. So John Reyes said they found $1 billion worth of cash. We know there's at least 300 million, possibly $1 billion worth of property in the Bahamas alone, regardless of cutting it in half. We just know the actual value. So that's another $1 billion. So that's $2 billion out of the $8 billion that we just found. We've also been told that there's a bunch of art and there's a bunch of other assets that are floating around in the Bahamas as well that they embezzle money to. And then you look, you say, well, how much property do they have around the world? I've been told they've got tons of property in Dubai as well. We don't have that evidence, but I've been told that exists also. So there's property and assets all around the world. So you're right. The insolvency hole is probably not as big. They were able to collect all of this stuff and bring it in together to be able to be up for the bankruptcy. But it's getting the things into the bankruptcy. That's the big problem right now, because they're not connected for the companies that filed Chapter 11. So they're not only trying to hide this stuff from the bankruptcy, they're trying to hide the customer funds. All this was bought with customer funds. They're trying not to give customers money back. So the idea that Sam, and we also don't know, Sam tried to sell, I can't remember the number. I think it was like $7 million. However much money in Robinhood stock that he has, that's under another LLC that's not included in the bankruptcy. So there are LLCs everywhere across the Bahamas that have tons of assets in it that are customer funds. When you get 10 or 20% back on your FTX account because all this money is gone, when in reality, maybe you could have got 60 or 70 or 80% back. Because when you back this down and you say, okay, well, there was a 20% insolvency hole. Okay, now you can kind of start to see maybe they got a little over leveraged. Maybe they just didn't think there would be a bank run. But the fact that 80% of the money was gone and they're hiding it in customer funds embezzled off to real estate and other assets, it's crazy to hear Sam sit there and say, I just want to see people paid back. If you wanted people paid back, you would have put those under FTX property digital holdings so that way customers could get access to the real estate that you bought with their money.
Okay, so call me crazy here because I keep saying there's no way that Alameda lost this money, right? That's what I keep saying. And if I was the investment advisor for fucking Sam and FTX, I would have said yes, buy real estate. Buy real estate wherever you're planting a flag, whether it be Miami, whether it be Bahamas, whether it be Singapore, Dubai, it doesn't matter, right? Because real estate holds value. And also, real estate is liquid. Like, high-end real estate is very fucking liquid. So if you have $300 million worth of property in the fucking Bahamas and you needed to plug a hole, whether you said, I'm going to fill the FTT gap or whatever it may be, like you literally could have gone and gotten that money within days, maybe not from the bank, but you could have gone to, hell, I'll tell you who's building right now. You got Atlantis there. You got Grutman and you've got fucking Pharrell building towers at Atlantis, right? You've got Baha Mar there. You've got pretty much everybody that's living off the supply chain that you've built, right, is in the Bahamas. So if you own $300 million worth of real estate there, it would be very easy for you to go and say, hey, I need some liquid cash really quickly. Like, you can take my real estate if I don't pay it back and gotten the cash. But they didn't do any of that. And that's what leads me to believe that it's a fucking, that the whole thing's a sham.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you make some good points. I mean, you definitely raise some good points. I just think that I think they thought they were just going to be able to get out of it. And they kept thinking they were going to be able to get out of it. And then what happened is once they filed the Chapter 11, I've been told that the government has taken their assets. So once the government takes control of all these properties, with the goal of not giving it back to the people, the goal of the Bahamian government the corrupt Bahamian government is to take these properties and sell them to their friends for pennies on the dollar. And this is what we're going after with this lawsuit. We're trying to prevent this from happening before it actually happens. If they seize all these properties and they seize the deeds, and it doesn't work the same way in the Bahamas that it works in America, obviously. I mean, it's much easier for the government to do these types of things. Then they're not going to be able to sell them to liquidate them. So yes,
but like, all right. So I went into Albany, right? Okay. And this was pre FTX. Any of the issues, there was no issues with FTX. I went into Albany, went to go look at real estate. First time my wife and I did. And this is kind of like lead up to like what FTX kind of inflated, but it's also understandable at the same time. Like I went in and we were looking at Ocean Club first, and then second we went to look at Albany, and then my wife and I looked in and we were like, all right, what's the properties you have? Like the cheapest property they had was like 6.9 million, right? And it was a Florida Panhandle house. You'll understand that. Like 3 stories, like, man. And we looked in there and we were like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I said, how much was this shit like a year ago? Right. And they're like, oh, it started at 2.5 million. And I said, well, what happened? Well, FTX bought up all the fucking properties is what happened. They didn't have enough land. They didn't have enough builders, et cetera, et cetera. So the property values skyrocketed. Right. So that inflates the property value as well. And that'll come down. But at the same time, like if you're filling a hole and you do it with property, it's still liquid, right? So if Sam had $100 million or $200 million or $300 million worth of property, I could still, if I was Sam, I could still take that $100 million and I could get $80 million in cash very fucking quickly. And so he didn't seem to want to fill any holes with the property side of it, which concerns me.
Yeah, I mean that you just get into,
it doesn't concern me. I'm sorry. It just kind of like enforces what I think, which is Alameda is bullshit. They didn't lose fucking money. They've been hiding it everywhere for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, you raised some good points. I mean, these are things I haven't really thought about. I mean, I've just been looking into what I've been told on the ground, what we're looking at with the real estate. I've been told Bahama real estate is actually like some of the best real estate in the world. It always goes up, is what I was told. So, they definitely.
Hang on. Did you talk to a real estate agent?
No, I did not speak to a real estate agent. I talked to.
You should have, because they'll tell you wherever you are that it always goes up, and it's the best fucking property on the planet.
Yeah. No, this was not somebody trying to sell me property. They were trying to explain why they were embezzling the funds into real estate.
So, honestly, smartest fucking play they could have made. Honestly, if I was managing that, I would have said, yeah, 100%. But at the same time, like, if you can get, if you're buying $100 million, think about this. You're buying $100 million worth of real estate in the Bahamas, right?
Yeah.
You think you're paying $100 million cash? Hell no. You're paying $100 million and you're using Bahamian banks, right? And you're fucking essentially determining what your fucking rate and payment schedule is, because you're building all the infrastructure. You're doing all that shit. They were building a $60 million, the last time I was there or several months ago I was there, they were building a $60 million office complex. You know how big a $60 million office complex is in the Bahamas? Buddy, that's massive. It's massive. Yeah. So with that said, I go straight to the Bahamian bank, which is like the central bank. I go straight to the fucking central bank and I say, look, I'm buying $100 million worth of property. I'm building another $60 million worth of property. I need $160 million, and I'm going to put fucking $15 million down. That's what I'm going to put down, and I'm going to pay you X amount a month for the next fucking 30 years. Nobody would do anything differently. That's why I say that the money that was put into any property wherever, if it was paid off in cash, is fucking hidden. It's hidden for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, they definitely look. That's why you go to a pirate place. You go to the Caribbean to hide money.
Then if you're going to buy your house, right, and it's $1 million house, right, and they say, all right, we need 30% down because the fucking market's not that great. We can't do 20. We need 30% down, $300K, and you're like, all right, that's fine. Or they say, fuck, we'll do 2% down and we'll give you the same rate. What would you do?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be 2%
times $100 million.
Yeah.
Times $100 million. Yeah, like it don't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that these are some rabbit trails to go down for sure. I mean, you give me some kind of new direction to look at here. I think this is good. I think trying to really backtrack and look at all this real estate. I think the more interesting thing is where, other than the Bahamas, where is it? I think there's a lot of real estate around the world. Like I said, I've been told there's a lot in Dubai. We don't have the money trail for it, or we don't have the paper trail.
I agree with that, but because believe me, wherever the real estate was purchased, there's money held in accounts, right?
Yep.
Because like Dubai, for example, I don't even think they allow loans. But like other let's count that out. Where they do allow loans, like where is the fucking real estate held? Because if there's real estate held there, there's definitely money there, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like 100%, there is. And so because you have to show proof of funds, you got to show proof of collateral, you got to show like that you're legitimately there to stay, et cetera, no matter what country you go to. So anywhere there's real estate found, you can go ahead and backtrack that to a bank that's either there or does business with that location. All right. So Ben's got to go here in a minute. Let's open it up. Thread.
I sent you a text. I can say I sent until 7.
All right.
You want to take some questions?
Yeah, let's take some questions. I've asked enough. You've definitely fucking talked enough.
Yeah, well, that's what I do for a living. So yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
so
thread guy.
I got a question.
Okay.
So, obviously, you've got a ton of information, which is, it's crazy. You've obviously done a ton of research, and I'll be completely honest with you. When you were down in the Bahamas and like posting those videos and stuff, like I'm like, this is wild and hilarious, and I want to follow this along, right? So,
Yeah.
I understand your kind of passion for news in crypto. Right. I also can appreciate that you've, kind of owned up to stuff you did in the past. My question is I think a lot of people, I've been in crypto a long time, so I've seen various generations of people, shill crap, dump on followers, et cetera, which is all stuff you say, you're against now, right? You're
Yeah,
like,
of course.
I'm working against Washington because I don't want retail getting screwed over. But
Right.
a lot of those coin sponsored videos are retail getting screwed over, right? Because
Right.
you have information asymmetry, you have 1 million followers, they say this guy must know what he's talking about, and they get dumped on. So I appreciate that you own that up, the Zach XBT thread, the media sheet, it's all out there in the open. But what do you have to say to people who say, well, I just don't believe you? Like a leopard can't change its spots. You were a scammer,
I think,
or you did these
yeah.
things. What do you say to those people?
Well, look, I think that what it boils down to is there's a really big misperception of my role in things. And I think that when it comes to, look, there's no handbook on how to go from 10,000 to almost 1.5 million followers in a year and a half. There's not a handbook that shows you how to do this, especially in the world of where we're in crypto. And the mantle that was handed down from 2017, right, was sponsored videos. That's what you did. That was the way that people in 2017 made their money. Except for in 2017, people were not disclosing, and everybody knows that. In 2017, there were very few disclosures, and there was a lot of, sponsored videos or, coins that were mentioned that were paid off behind the scenes. And so when I came in, I said, okay, I want to do things different. I want to make sure that when I'm doing sponsored videos, they're disclosed 100%. And yes, we did have one of our, Zach found one video from NFT Alpha that is a channel. It's a separate channel, but it did have a video on our channel to where in oversight, it did not say it was disclosed. One video out of 4,000. I've disclosed every single sponsorship, every video I've ever done has been disclosed, right? So it's funny how like actually disclosing and saying things were sponsored kind of backfired on me in a sense, because I did do that and because I did have a public media sheet, like people just criticized me for it, even though I was trying to do it the right way. However, when you go through what happened, and I'll say this till the cows come home, I have never pump and dumped on anyone ever in the history of my channel. I did a whole video where I explained that what happens is, and this was my growing process in the space to try to get to a place where I realized the token promotion business is a flawed business, right? Kobe uses the term a poison chalice passed from generation to generation. And that's true. And that's why I'm coming out and I'm saying like, yes, I made money on sponsored videos. People should not do sponsored videos on tokens and coins, period. You shouldn't. I'm living in regret. The regret that I live in from doing those way outweighs the amount of money we brought in. We brought in probably $1 million in sponsored videos. Our affiliate numbers dwarf that. We didn't even have to be doing those. That was just the way that things were passed to me in the world of YouTube, in the world of crypto. And now looking back, I realized it was a mistake. I realized you can't really truly be unbiased, disclosed or not. And we want to take part in making some regulation around influencers on what you can and cannot do. I think there are some ways that maybe people could do some sponsored videos around tokens to where I'm never going to do them. Let me say it like this. I'm never going to do them, but I think there are some legal ways probably for them to get done. I just think there's shortcuts, right? There's shortcuts in marketing for these projects to where they make money without building anything. The teams are the people that do the pump and dumps. It's just like when you look at the pre-sales, the people that dump on everybody are the VCs. They're the people that got in early. The teams had the same information about when a video was coming out that I did. We would tell them when the video was coming out because that was something they would ask, like, oh, what day is it? We're going to put this out our Wednesday afternoon video. Sure. So what happens is the team has a large amount of tokens, and then the video comes out, people start buying, and then the team, we know there's always a buyer and a seller, right? So there's always a winner and a loser. However, the amount of shares, so to speak, or the amount of coins that were held by the teams here were lopsided. And those teams would use me and they would dump on my followers. And I would go back to the drawing board and be like, why is this happening? I don't understand. What is going on? Like an idiot. I was just naive. I was ignorant. Now, certainly we covered some projects that turned out to rug pull. People would be an idiot to think that I knew that they were going to rug pull after how much flack I've got over that for the years. PAMP was a project, obviously, that we covered back in the day. And obviously, Atozy made the video and we had the lawsuit thing, yada, yada, yada. But the fact is, PAMP literally changed their smart contract that was audited the day after I posted the video. How am I supposed to know that that's going to happen? I didn't even know that was a thing you could do, would be to change a smart contract that was audited. So any mistake that we made, and this is why I can come out and be so bold. I haven't changed at all. What has changed is I'm much smarter and more mature in the space than I was back then. And I was getting crapped on left and right by teams, by serial rug pullers, all this stuff. And now I'm smarter than that. And now they can't get me. And I'm trying to preach to people, don't go down this route. Don't do what I did. Not because I did anything wrong per se. Not because I made mistakes. I'll admit there were mistakes that were made. Surely, maybe I should have known that a project could switch their smart contract, and I didn't know that at the time. So I made mistakes in ignorance and naivete, but I never once maliciously set out to hurt my followers. That's crazy. That's a short-term mindset, and we're having to recover from that. We're having to pick up the pieces, but I'm not doing anything or having a different message than I had back then. It's just a difference of now I'm more mature, and now I kind of see the space more as a whole, and I've been involved in it. I got in crypto in 2012. 2018 was really when I started, January 2018 or December 2017 was really when I started getting involved in a day-to-day, where basically I dedicated my whole life to crypto, right? It took me a few years to really get my footing. And I think now we're at a place where we understand things a lot better. And not only can we kind of, speak about the mistakes that we made and speak openly and candidly about them, but we can also influence the next generation of people rising up, doing content, trying to influence them not to go down the same route that we went down, because you're going to regret it down the road.
So first of all, I mean, listen, you're a public figure. When you make mistakes as a public figure, they're for everyone to see, right? Like when you're a private individual, if you fuck something up and you're private, like not everyone's going to know. So I appreciate the fact that you own it. I think one of the biggest problems people have is, if you get busted for something, you make a mistake, you do something wrong, is trying to kind of hide and deny and pretend like it didn't happen. I think, there are going to be people who say, listen, whether you were malicious or not in your intent, at the end of the day, like you said, you got the Lambo now, you've got the nice house and stuff, you profited off of, the type of information that you're putting out. Maybe you didn't know that your followers are going to get dumped on, but at the end of the day, you got paid either way. And so I think that's going to be an image that it's hard to shake for some people. They're not going to be able to look past that and be like, why should I trust you now? It's like listening to the media. They lie to you. And it's like, well, why should I believe anything they say? You've lied to me in the past. But of course, you have to also, give people the opportunity to grow and change and show that change through your actions. So to that end, you've worked with guys like the Moon Carls and the MN Cryptos in the past. I think these guys are much more egregious in some of the stuff that they do relative to what you've done, or especially what you've done, in the most recent handful of months. Why haven't you perhaps called out those people? You're saying you're trying to influence the next generation. Hey, don't go down that path. These guys are still doing it to this day. I mean, Moon Carl launched another token, Medieval Times token. It's gone down only since it's come out. Casta, literally no one but the pre-sale team, investors, and the founders have ever been in profit or had an opportunity to make money on that token. So why haven't you called out those type of people?
Well, I think when you look at, things are complex when you look at personal relationships we have with people. And I've known Carl and Chris for a while. And I think that when you look at Casta, I want to be very clear about this. I never received a dime from Carl on Casta. Nothing I ever said about Casta was paid. I was not invested in Casta. We had the opportunity to get involved in the pre-sale, and it didn't work out, and we didn't do it. So we never had a dollar in Casta. And I think when you look, I want to give the benefit of the doubt. And I want to say, look, when Casta launched, it was at a very bad time. I believe it was May of 2021, I believe. Probably the worst time you could possibly launch a coin. Maybe it was June. I can't remember exactly what the date was. everything is down considerably. And yes, people that invested early, y'all got screwed for sure. No doubt about it. However, let's let the next couple of years play out and see if he actually builds an app. If he does not build an app, I will tell you this. If Costa does not have an app that is built, that is functional, that they push and they abandon it, yes, I will certainly attack for sure. And I will certainly call out, what was done there. However, I just don't think it's fair to really attack an app that was coming out at the peak of the market that's being crushed the same way everything else is down considerably. And so, I think that's really what I've said about Costa. The medieval times or medieval times, medieval ages of empires, whatever it is, give that a few days to play out. I mean, that just started. See what happens with the game. See what the quality of the game. I'm not sure. I guess, Chris launched VPAD or whatever it was called. I think at the end of the day, individuals who are in crypto, influencers, launching coins is probably not what you want to be doing. The liability that comes along with that, especially, look, I'm held to a much higher standard here in the United States than they are, obviously.
Definitely.
So I've got to think about these things. We do have a token, the BIT token, which is we use internally with our community. I've never sold any of it ever. It was not made to be a coin, and we said from the very beginning that was going to go up in value. It's just kind of for internal trading between our community. And really, when our sandbox land comes out, that's when we plan to have some integration with it. But we didn't do a sale; it was an airdrop. We airdropped it to all of our community. So I think if you're going to do a token for community engagement, I think that's probably okay. But when you're doing one that the whole value proposition it goes up in price, it is very sketchy. And these are things that I'm having to look at. But as you know, when you have personal relationships. Carl always helped me out on my channel. From the very beginning, Carl would have me on his channel, and you think you know somebody, and you get to know somebody, and then you don't want to believe the worst in them. It's much easier to finger point at people that you don't know, and I think that's a lot of why people finger point at me, and they might hear me on the space and be like, "Oh, I never really listened to him." Actually, he seems pretty knowledgeable, and he seems to make some pretty good points. But it's easier to throw darts at people that you don't know. So look, I think when it comes to Costa, that's one that I'm definitely watching, and I've got very heavy vested interest, not from a financial perspective, but from a what is good in crypto perspective, to see that comes out and it does well. I think it still has potential if they build it out and it goes the right way. So I guess that's really all I have to say about it. I mean, I'm watching Costa. If he doesn't launch an app, if it doesn't come out, certainly I'm going to attack him over it. There's no question.
And that's a fair answer. And trust me, I mean, look, Ethereum is down 80% from all-time high. So my more, you've been in crypto a long time, as have I. Most tokens, they go to zero, right? They're not going to go up in value. They're not going to make new all-time highs. This includes a lot of previous cycle tokens that we thought were revolutionary and were going to take over. They're never going to see prices that they previously saw, right? So it is dangerous when you have people, unfortunately, this guy's got so many followers and he's got such big reach, that new entrants into the space, I've gotten burned already. I had that. To me, that's part of the learning process of crypto. You're going to get rugged. You're going to get scammed. You're going to get money on an exchange hack. It's just going to happen. But the fact that, at least the Ian Bolinas and Superman and stuff, they've fallen out of relevancy. It's like, hey, well, everyone knows they were grifters. They're in the past now. We don't care. With the guys like Moon, Carl, and Chris, it's like, where's his incentive to keep building? The guy, like you said, could almost be a billionaire at this point, hundreds of millions of dollars, living in Dubai, driving a Bugatti. You really think he gives a shit about building some token that's already down 99% from, when it's lifted? It just seemed like a blatant cash grab. And, unfortunately, there's going to be people who say, okay, well, you're guilty by association, right? It's like you associate with this person, they did this, you've done some stuff. So, I think you mentioned at the start of the space, you're like, okay, people have very strong opinions about you. It's kind of how you worded it. You're like, people who love us, people who hate me. And I do think, unfortunately, based on some of the stuff that you've done, it's going to be hard. I think owning it is a huge part of moving past it. It's being like, hey, we did this shit. But I think it's going to be hard for people to trust anything that you say going forward, especially, with this FTX stuff, that you were on it, right? You're accurate about, done the research. It's going to be hard for people to see past that. So, difficult, but, I appreciate the answers.
Yeah. Well, I think just kind of on that point, I would just have to say, so what? There's going to be people that don't like you. There's going to be people that don't believe. Like I've gone through, I like to talk about this a lot because there's a lot of influencers in the space that get a lot of hate and they don't know how to handle it. I've had people reach out to me saying they were suicidal and they didn't know how to handle, all this hate and all these comments. And obviously I get more than anybody in crypto. So they come to me and they're like, how do you handle this? It's like you really look at kind of like 5 stages of grief, I always leave a stage out, but it's like the first one's like denial, like, no, people don't really think about this about me. Then it's anger, like you just want to throw darts at everybody. And then it's negotiating, and it's like, well, maybe if I change this this is kind of what you're talking about right now. Like, okay, maybe if I own up to this, or maybe if I go after Carl, or maybe if I do this, now people will not hate me. And that's just not reality. People are always going to hate me. That's just how it is. There's going to be people who have already made up their mind on me. And there's a lot of jealousy at the top of the space as well. Of course, nobody will ever say that it's jealousy, but there is a lot of jealousy at the top of the space. I was told that before I ever rose to the top. And you finally get to a place of acceptance where you just accept people aren't always going to love you. People aren't always going to like you. And there's not a comment that exists on Twitter that bothers me. And it's okay. If people want to build their brands off of hating me, go at it. You're not going to do it in my comments. I'm going to block you because I don't like clout chasing. But at the end of the day, all I can do is prove myself going forward. And you say there's no way that people can change their mind. Well, I think with all the good stuff we're doing in the space, with all the regulation that we're taking on, in 4 years from now, when we've now been 6 years away from doing sponsored videos, and the majority of people that are in crypto are new, I think that goes away. And I think that the people that will still hold on to that will be in the extreme minority. I would just rather, instead of continue to defend myself over and over and over again, I just rather prove to people through what I'm doing going forward. And if you want to get on board and you want to come back, or if you want to give my channel a try, then go for it. If not, there's plenty of other great content creators out in the space and you can support them.
No, I think that's a completely fair answer. I mean, you own it, you try and move on. I do think it will be interesting to see what happens in the future, like you said, right, through your actions, because it's very easy to say we're not doing sponsored content now. I don't think anyone would want to be caught dead doing some sort of coin shilling right now based on the environment that the market's in, because that stuff is generally most profitable in the mania of a bull market, right? Those coin advertisements, when a coin can launch, and even though the coin might not even ever do anything, if you're in a bull market, you can launch, it can 20, 30, 40, 50x, and then obviously eventually completely rug pull and go to zero. But those opportunities are available. Those aren't really opportunities that are available right now. Pretty much anything being launched right now is going to struggle just based on the market environment as a whole. So it'll be interesting to see when that bull market does come around and those types of opportunities that you'd partaken in the past become potentially available and profitable again, that, if you stick to your word, obviously, and don't go back down that route.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not going to be available. And here's why. Over the next year, you're going to see influencer regulation come around. Yeah, and we know this because we've been talking to people in Washington. This is something that they're concerned about as well. When I mentioned earlier, there may be a way to do it. Kind of what we're looking at for regulation around this, and we're trying to get this through maybe in the DECA bill, is if you want to do a sponsored token promotion, then, okay, you get paid in the tokens. It's a transparent wallet everyone can see, and you can't move it for 90 days after your video. And I think something like that could work, but then that really takes away the motivation for the person to want to do the video, because if the team dumps on you, you can't even sell your tokens. So that means it has to be something that you really, really, really believe in. I do not believe by the time the next bull run really kicks in early 2025, I mean, we expect new all-time highs maybe around December, the end of December in 2024, just, approximately, unless we have a full-blown, 10-year bear market that some people are predicting. By the time that happens, there's going to be influencer regulation in place. This is going to prevent people from doing that, because I understand, the stuff that Kobe talks about with the token promotion business being bad and the poison chalice and generation to generation. We've got to do something to stop that from a legal perspective, because it's just going to continue. And imagine a bull run where instead of going 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, we go 3 steps forward and 1 step back. And really, that should be the goal, what we should all be looking at. So that's why I don't think, I'm certainly never going to do one again. I mean, there's a 0% chance I'm ever going to promote a token again. But in terms of other people, and I've gotten a lot of flack for pushing this and saying people shouldn't do it, because you got a lot of people out there that are creating content and they're licking their chops saying, oh, when this happens, this is the model. We're going to make these sponsor videos. You're way better off to just do affiliate videos, whether it's Bybit or whether it's, trading, or whether it's Ledger wallets, whatever it is. You're much better off to not shortcut, to not take the cheap payouts in the beginning, build your brand, build your audience, grow influence, and then actually present to them products that you use in real life and why you use them, and then they will buy those and you will make money off of that, and it's a win-win instead of a lose-lose.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that, and I think I think that's valid. I mean, at the end of the day, there's risks, in anything, right? You look at people who are shilling, FTX and companies owned by FTX now coming out, and I agree with you, by the way, completely. It's like I don't blame anyone who. I mean, I had an FTX referral link. I don't blame anyone who was pushing that. No one knew. If anyone knew and was still pushing that, that's a different question. No one knew. But yeah, no, I mean, I can appreciate the answer, and I do think it's something that is very difficult to work through because on the one hand, you have projects that are trying to get their coin out there. They want people to know about it, right? How do you do that in a way? How can you get that out to people? Well, the most obvious route is influencers. Then it goes back to that whole argument that you had earlier, right? It's like, well, how can you be impartial? I'm being paid. Right? They're obviously not going to pay me if for me to do an unbiased review and then I just shit on the coin for 20 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think you said it all though. Like, it's the shortcuts that are killing people. If you look at exactly what you said, what you said with Carl, you brought up what's known as the founder's dilemma, which is if you make a ton of money promoting a project, or if you make a ton of money in your project, what motivation do you then have to actually build the project and do the work? You've made all the money on the front end. And I think when you look at all the, out of all the sponsored videos I ever did, there's like probably 3 or 4 of them that did really well and are crushing it. One is Algorand. I probably did the first sponsored video ever for Algorand. It was before the Dutch auction even occurred. And Algorand is one of the outliers. The projects that want to do sponsored content, they're the ones that are trying to do shortcuts and they're not going to make it. How about instead of trying to get all your money on the front end, you actually build something that's good and let that value attract investors? What it boils down to is most of these people know that when they're creating these projects, they're just going to be money grabs and they're not going to build anything. And so therefore, there's no purpose in anybody investing in them. But they just want to shortcut that and get their name all over YouTube or all over Twitter or all over social media so that people feel like, oh, this is the next big hype. And then, of course, we go back to what I talked about at the very beginning, the propaganda machines, the bots, the followers, the fake engagement, all that stuff, that pushes that stuff forward. So all of a sudden you feel like, oh my gosh, this project's so awesome. I got to buy this. Aptos, look at Aptos. Now, FTX shorted Aptos, but I heard Aptos may be in on it. That's why I exclude them in the projects FTX screwed. Look at Aptos. Everybody was saying buy Aptos. No, what happened? It crashed to the ground. So I think that really what projects need to do is they just need to build first and then worry about the marketing later. And I think that solves this entire problem and it pushes people away from the money grabs.
I completely agree. I mean, build it and they will come. If you have a good product, it will gain the attention it deserves, right? I think there's an inherent problem with the IDO model as a whole.
Yes,
you look at traditional investing, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm an angel investor. 9 out of 10 of things I invest in are going to zero. I understand that. My risk is whatever I'm putting in initially. However, in the traditional world of investing, even though 90% of the projects are going to fail, I still don't get my payout until there's some sort of liquidity event, which generally means, okay, they've actually built something and now they've been able to, go public, secure more funding, whatever it is. Whereas with this ICO model, the liquidity event is just launching the token. So the payoff comes before any of the work even has to happen. So inherently, it's like that's such a it's not congruent, right? It's like, well, generally, if you start a company and you want to get paid for investing in that company early, that company needs to crush it for several years and then get bought out, get acquired, go public, and then you get that liquidity. Whereas with the crypto model right now, it's like, I just have to have an idea. I launch the token, I get the liquidity before I've even had to build anything.
Yeah, and I think this gets into the real problem of crypto, and as the influencers in the space, we are the faces. We are the people that people know. Obviously, you got some of the founders. Obviously, your Charles Hoskins, your Vitalik, yada yada. But we're the people that people know. But I'm telling you guys, like the fingers are pointed at the wrong people for the most part. There's certainly bad actors in the influencer space. There's no doubt about it. But it's really in the background of how these companies are made.
Way worse than any of the influencers. This was the cycle of the most predatory VCs with
absolutely
tokenomics, all investing in, is a big circle jerk. I completely agree there. And I think it is a tricky place. And I think for everyone listening, I think at the bottom line, generally what you need to know is if someone is telling you about a coin, they probably have some sort of financial incentive in it, whether or not they were paid by that coin or they just own it. And so it's in their own best interest to talk their own book, right? To pump up their own bags. Just keep that in mind when you're dealing with anyone on the internet with anything to do with crypto. Person telling you the information, very high likelihood if it's related to a coin, it's not unbiased information.
Yeah. Well, and I think there is, like, look, if I'm talking about Cardano or I'm talking about Bitcoin or I'm talking about Ethereum or XRP, like, people have to understand, especially right now, but I mean, I would really say all the time, like, I can't influence the price of those coins, right? I'm not going to talk about Cardano and the price is going to go through the roof. There's too much money involved. There's too much market cap involved. So, certainly what people always say, like, oh, you're doing Cardano videos to pump your own bags. 0%. I don't make a video about Cardano because I think the price is going to move. So.
Yeah, no, I completely agree there. I don't think people understand how much money it actually takes to move these major coins, and that no matter how many followers you have, it's a drop in the bucket.
Right.
It's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate the candor. You got anything else there, Bags? I know you mentioned you said you had to go at 7.
I moved it to 7:15. If we got, I can do
do we want to invite anyone up for some questions?
I don't. I'll just say this. I'll say this. Good questioning from Maine. 100%. I mean, honestly, like, I respect somebody answering, honestly. I went to Zach XBT and I said, yo, would you like to come on the space? He said, nah, I don't want to. I said, all right, would you like to give me a line of questions? And he said, honestly, like, Ben's kind of admitted to everything he's done. So to me, it's,
Cool. Well, great. Well,
Yeah.
glad
Great
we
guy.
could
Why
get
don't
that
you
ironed
bring
out.
some, why don't you bring some people out?
Yeah, cool. We got a couple people up here. I did absolutely zero vetting, so do not let me down. Look, I'm gonna go to Vic Bobo real quick. You got your hand up. What's going on?
Yo, what's up, everybody? Cheers from Mexico. And Ben, it's been really interesting. Hello?
Yep. We're here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was in River Basin.
Yo, Eric, there's no way, bro. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. Ben, I'm listening over here closely, and I'm seeing also the shift, not only here between influencers, but I'm seeing like the platforms like Facebook, Meta, whatever you want to call it. And I'm seeing before markets used to spend like 100% of their budget directly through the platform, and now it's going directly through this micro influencers, right? So coming from Mexico and seeing all this that's happening, seeing crypto evolve a lot in Instagram, I've seen Bitso come and host spaces over here. So I'm really worried that Bitso, the Latin American's biggest exchange, it's also between this contagion. I don't know if you have anything about this, Ben, and I would really appreciate it. And gracias.
Sure.
Hang on real quick before you answer that, Ben. And what he means by micro influencers is guys like Thread Guy.
Yeah.
Right, go ahead,
Bags. Let me know when you hit 30K for the first time, but go ahead, Ben.
Okay, cool. I hit it a long time ago. But here's the thing. The micro influencers are definitely a way that a lot of people are promoting things right now because people really see the value in bubbles, right? Like look at me, for instance. Okay. I go out in public and I'll be honest with y'all, like, I do get recognized like a good bit. Like if I go to a Falcons game or I go wherever, like, it's funny, I actually get recognized more at smaller places. Like for whatever reason, I get recognized at my local bagel place, like almost every time I'm in there. However, I was at a Braves game with a guy and we were standing in line for the merch and for the clubhouse to get some shirts or whatever. And he was like, bro, I can't believe nobody here knows who you are. Like nobody is coming up to you and talking to you. And I'm like, you have to understand, like, I'm the most famous Beanie Baby collector at a Beanie Baby conference. Like, that's kind of what I am, right? Like, I'm very famous when I go to a crypto conference. When I go to the beach, I'm not nearly as popular. I get recognized on the airplane maybe sometimes or whatever. And these micro influencers are the same way. Like, they have little points of connection to where they actually have a lot of power. And the people that follow them very religiously. They just don't have super big followings yet. So I do think that's something that we're seeing a lot of these platforms really put a lot of focus on is the micro influencers, because it's almost like, and plus, like, think about this, it's easier to hide those promotions too, because somebody said it earlier, like if you got 2,000 followers and you can, or maybe it was another call I was doing, somebody said, well, I got 2,000 followers. If I talk about something and it's promoted and I don't say it, nobody's even going to know the difference. I'm like, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. When we do it, everybody knows when we're promoting something. It's very easy to tell. Now, as far as Bitso goes, I'm not 100% familiar with Bitso. I do know, we're very, the Brazilian market in South America is blowing up. So we're kind of trying to take a look at some of those exchanges. But this is what I'd say about anything, guys. Don't keep your money on the exchanges. Like, I think Binance is fine. Don't keep your money on Binance. The only place you should have money sitting on an exchange is if you are a trader and it is your direct trading liquidity. That's it. And even that being said, maybe you should have it across 2 or 3 different exchanges you should be trading on instead of just one in case something happens. It's just so, like, don't risk more than you can afford to lose. We all understood that, but we didn't understand what that means in relation to custody. Like, we've all got egg on our face. I'm in admin and have been for years of a very large influencer group of YouTubers on Telegram. And I told them all like 4 months ago, I said, we did a freaking terrible job. We all did a terrible job preaching self-custody to people. And we're having to deal with the repercussions for that because, like, we hadn't had a major exchange since Bitfinex get hacked or Mt. Gox get hacked to the level that we saw these collapses. And these collapses dwarf a lot of those even, especially when you look at the amount of money on, FTX compared to even Mt. Gox. So the whole idea here is, I would just tell you, don't put your faith in Bitso. Don't put your faith in exchanges. Make sure to keep your money off exchanges, and you really can't lose.
Yeah, I love the answer. We got a few more people. Look, we got Rob, who asks terrible questions on my spaces. Figured it's a good time to call on him now. Rob, what's going on?
I only bring the heat thread, and you absolutely know it. BitBoy, Ben, I genuinely appreciate this conversation. Sorry if there's a little background noise. I'm at the gym right now. Shout out to your journey with that as well.
Thank you.
I have an extreme appreciation for your transparency here because, there was things that I was always curious about that you kind of laid on the table today. So props for that. And then beyond that, stick on the trail of Dan, because through all the conversations that I've had, this really breaks down to a compliancy thing. No matter what was happening, there's somebody who's supposed to be that checks and balances, and it was him.
Mm-hmm.
And so stay on that trail. Props to that. One thing with Carl the Moon is, there are some hesitancies from the NFT space, from projects that he associated himself with as well. So I would keep a skepticism there. I know he's your friend. I understand that. But I don't want to take too much more of your time. I understand you got to go in 3 minutes. Just wanted to lay that out.
Well, thank you for the comments. And, I'm not an idiot when it comes to Carl. I see some things. It's one of these things where I try to give him the benefit of the doubt and stuff. And I'll just say what I said with Costa. I mean, if he doesn't put anything out, if nothing is built, then that's a major problem. And I'm definitely going to have major problems with that. As far as the NFT stuff goes, I'm not extremely familiar with what he's done in that world, in that area. I think there was one project that maybe he had told us about that we bought a couple of. I don't know. I don't even know what they're at. I don't know what the price is, but I can go check on that. But like I said, I'm a people person, and people can't figure that out. Like, I'm a people person, and it is really hard when you're hearing stuff about somebody you consider to be a friend that is not good. So I hear it all and I listen to it all, and definitely people have to understand. I take it under consideration.
I'm just shocked that Carl started the Kanpai Pandas with that huge audience he has. I mean, if I was you, I'd probably jump in there real quick and buy a Kanpai Panda.
Yeah, I'm in. I thought you guys sent me one. Aren't you guys send me one for doing this space? Wasn't that the promotion agreement we had before we started this?
I mean, the sheet that you sent me explicitly said that. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe I'll get one. We'll see. Maybe I'll go get one.
Fumbled it hard, Bags. That was your shot. You fucking missed. Look, we'll go to one more hand really quick.
He already has one. The motherfucker already has one in his wallet. Thread guy.
Yeah, the undocked wallet, Bags. And the undocked wallet
to him. Hey, he's not the only guy that needs shit sent to him.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Look, we're going to go to probably the worst speaker I've ever had on my spaces. He showed it to me today. Little Bick, what's good, baby?
Yo, what's good? What's good? Ben, thank you for your time. Just a quick question. That I heard rumors. You and Bags maybe getting a boxing match going.
Oh. Yeah, man, that's what I heard, man. He told me, I couldn't tell. He told me today I need to get to 200. You say I need to go up to 200 or go down to 200? Because I might be under right now. I don't know. Maybe I ate some fried conch fritters on the trip. Maybe I'm right above it. But I'm not opposed. I've always loved the idea of doing a celebrity boxing match, you know, or whatever. I mean, he doesn't have 30,000 followers. I don't know what you call him, but celebrity and micro influencer match, whatever it would be. But I'm down with it. So, you know, if that's what we want to do, then I got to go hit the gym, start training for it. But I'm
Hang
definitely
on.
not scared to take a punch.
Yeah, maybe you can help him
Alright,
get a few
alright.
Twitter followers and some engagement, Ben.
All right, hang on. Let me respond. I got my brother here. Me and my brother played poker with Ben till about 3 a.m.
Yep.
When he kept talking about boxing and I brought up myself boxing him, what did he say? When he wanted to fucking box, he kept wanting to box everybody, and I
Bags,
said,
give
"Well, how
him the
about you and
script.
me box?" And
You
he
forgot to
said,
give him the
"Nah."
script.
He said, "Nah. I don't want to do that." And he's way under me. The cat's like 185.
Yeah, I gotta get up a little bit more, but don't worry, I'll put on the bulk. Don't worry, I'm on the Liver King plan, so don't worry, I'll be there soon.
Are you not? You're 185. I mean, you're fucking rail at this point.
Yeah, well, the lowest I've been was 189. I'm about 195 right now. So after eating all that fried food,
Well, shit. There we go. 200. Maine. You want to
Yeah.
announce that next year?
Absolutely.
Ben, can we?
Yeah.
You want to get that on the books? Do we want to get it on the books right now, Ben?
I mean, I can't back down at this point, right? I can't say no at this point. You got me.
Let's
You got me by the balls. Let's do it.
Ring it up, Mo.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, done. Ice Bags versus Ben, the Bit Boy, next year. There we go.
Man, I gotta go work on that cardio. I'll be back.
Yeah, Little Bick actually asked a decent question. You love to see it, baby. We're gonna bring you back up tomorrow, Little Bick. Go ahead, Ben. I
No
didn't mean
way.
to cut you.
No way am I fighting again. No way.
You mean you didn't like getting punched in the head and 6 months of no drinking and training 2 times a day for zero money?
I don't know. I never got punched in the head, but the zero drinking and like the running on the treadmill, not worth it. No.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. I don't drink. You know, everybody knows I've been sober for 15 years, but I don't drink. But the cardio certainly is not that appealing to me. So, well, I got to run, guys. I got another interview I got to get on. This will be my 6th one today. So, got to go head on out. Appreciate you guys for having me on. Appreciate everybody for listening. And you know, at the end of the day, we're all in crypto together, and I'm really excited for people to see my bill. Let me show my book real quick. I have my book, Catching Up to Crypto. It's coming out in January. Tomorrow, we're having a 24-hour flash sale on Books A Million, so you can get it for 50% off. You want to go check it out. So not going to show it too hard. It's basically, if you're a newer person to crypto, you haven't been in for 7 or 8 years, you definitely want to check it out.
Wait, what's the token for the book?
What's the token for the book? It's Catching Up to Crypto Coin. C coin is what it is. So go buy it.
Get out of here. Get out of here, you skinny fat fuck.
Go get it at Cryptopia. I'm out. All right, bye.
Bye. That motherfucker don't want to fight me. Get out of here.
Bags, it's your age. I'm surprised you're trying to run it back.
That motherfucker is my age. Motherfucker is my age.
Damn, he's pushing 60?
Yeah, damn near it.
Yo, that was
I
a
think
good
that's a pretty good
Bags.
space.
GG. You fucking
Yeah, it was
ran a
fun.
good show.
Yeah. What if I just take over your whole gig, Thread Guy, and then you're fucking homeless next week?
I mean, yeah, get my fucking hair. Oh, wait, you can't fucking grow hair, baby.
Fuck, that's true. All right. Hey, but what if I could? And then what if I could fucking buy a wig that was way better than yours?
Look, you're one mutant ape away from being a Zoomer, broccoli-headed fuck Twitter Spaces host, Bags. I'm here for it. Maybe we can get a little co-host action.
Man, I'm about to kill this kid. For real.
Bro, I understand. I mean, listen, I'm closer to you in age than I am to these guys, which is sad. This is a realization I really...
He's got a mutant ape, I think is what he said.
Yeah. Only
Yeah.
NFT I fuck with is Campai Panda. Nothing
You
else.
damn
Bags,
right. You
I was
damn
about
right.
to start snoring on the mic if you said real estate one more goddamn time, though. I was getting
Real estate
DMs.
is how
I was
you
getting
get money.
DMs.
Real
and there
estate
was-
is how you get money in the real world, bro. That's just the way it is.
Look,
Hey,
One thing you'll
hey,
learn in
my-
crypto, especially when you get a little bit of money and you start going to events and partying with people and stuff, you see who's crypto rich and who has money in the real world. 2 very different things.
Who's got it in the real world, man?
Yeah.
That's all I care about.
Exactly.
I care about-
Because when the bill comes And all of a sudden, everyone starts looking at their shoes. You're like, wait a
You
minute. They're
damn
like, oh,
right.
dude, my credit card
You
limit's
damn
only
right. Hey,
$2,000. It's like, well,
that fucking mutant ape don't pay many bills. I know that much.
Like there's one thing you're right about. I'll give you that one, Bags. Best believe this panda in my wallet isn't paying him either.
Fuck, D's gave it to you, bro, for free. You cheap fuck.
Yeah, I thought we agreed you were going to send me one for that space, but
Yeah, I fucking lied.
wallet was declining when I
brought you
requested
up
it.
here on. I brought you up here on the big boy space. Like you got to get up here on the stage with the big boys, the Sharks, right? And you held your own. Like when I DM'd you to mute people or bring people up, you did it. So like well done.
Hey, it was a good one, Bags. I appreciate you bringing me up, man.
Yeah, you did good, man. Let Eric Veely up here. I don't know who this cat is, but he looks wild.
He's got hashtag Bitcoin in his bio, so I'm expecting some
Yeah,
heat.
boomer,
Yeah.
fucking boomer.
Let him up there.
Eric Veely, do you have anything to
Well,
say,
I'm
sir?
confused now. Is this fight happening between you and BitBoy, or you guys say you're gonna do it and then you're not gonna do it? What's happening?
What do you want to fight BitBoy? You want to fight me? What are you looking for?
I would love to fight BitBoy, but I think it'd be more entertaining to see you two guys fight. I'm supposed to fight Lewis.
So why is that more entertaining to watch me and BitBoy fight versus whatever?
I don't know. It just seems like it'd be more fun. What do you think, man?
Well, how tall is BitBoy?
Like 5'11". It's not good.
Okay,
How tall are
yes.
you?
I mean, you got quite a bit of reach on him.
Yeah, I'm 6 feet. Bag's like 6'2".
Okay, Bags. But Bags, you hang that lefty hook out there, man. BitBoy is dipping under that thing and hitting you with the uppercut, bro.
I'll fight. I'll fight BitBoy.
Thread guy also wants to fight.
I'll fight BitBoy
Eric,
at 190.
Thread guy also wants to fight.
Who's Thread guy?
This guy is
Listen,
he's a
the guy who
mutant
let you
ape.
on stage,
He's a
Eric.
mutant ape online.
The director of Vibes. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
You're talking to him. Look, director of Vibes or hashtag Bitcoin in the bio.
Eric
Pick
said,
your
Eric
poison.
said, I've heard enough. I've heard enough. Eric, tell him.
Yeah. All right. Whatever. I'll fight 2 people one night. Let me know.
Yeah. Eric, does this guy want any of that action?
If he wants it, he can have it. If
Look, he's a 22-year-old Zoomer. He weighs about 175 pounds right now. Does he want any of this action right
he
now?
probably doesn't. But it's like my coach said, if you look for it, you'll find it.
You'll damn sure find it. Hey, apparently he don't look for it enough because he hadn't found it.
Can we talk about how great Maine was? Maine was a great co-host. He got amazing talent right here. They probably didn't even prepare.
Motherfucker talked for like 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the most interesting 7 seconds of the entire podcast. I have to say something.
Heavy
man.
agree.
One thing I will give BitBoy is he's excellent at talking. He can talk nonstop for a very long time, and that is a skill.
That is a skill.
He has a similar
That is a
voice to
skill.
like the Sandy Hook guy. What's that guy's name again? The one that was on Joe
Yeah.
Rogan?
Alex Jones.
Yeah, kind of the same voice.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that was a good space. It's probably the best one I've ever been on or seen.
Eric,
You
could
haven't been
you
to a lot of
change your
spaces.
fucking PFP, you faggot?
Yeah, send me my panda again. I'll redo it.
All right.
I don't know who put the Sappy Seal on stage, but we got one, baby. The Crypto Monk. What's going on?
Arf.
Hey, what's up, man? What the fuck is going on here? What's that tweet from BitBoy?
What did he put up?
Pin tweet.
What are you talking about?
The pin tweet, the one about Kevin O'Leary.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've just joined. I
I
don't understand what's happening here.
actually thought that tweet was pretty aggressive. Like I thought potentially he could get sued for that.
You're a lawyer and you would know. Like, so in Canada, this was a huge story, right? Because it happened on one of the Great Lakes out in Ontario.
Yeah.
And it's like, first of all, regardless of whether it was him or his wife, it's manslaughter. It's not murder.
Yeah.
Very different. And you have to be very careful about how you say things, right? As he knows, because he's tried to sue people for defamation before.
Right.
So that's 100% defamation. And he
Yeah.
absolutely could sue him and probably win. Because it was not murder. And yeah, to speculate that like, oh, my wife hit someone with a boat and I took the fall for it versus, didn't one of the Kardashians, I think it was Bruce Jenner, ran over someone, or one of the Kardashian Jenners like hit someone with their car and it was manslaughter, and it kind of just got swept under the rug, like, you know. So I
Yeah,
don't.
usually the defamation facts are that you made a false statement of a purported fact about you, just call him a murderer, that the statement was made published to a third party, it was published on Twitter.
Yeah.
That person made that statement negligently, recklessly, or intentionally. I would say that's reckless. And his reputation was damaged, and they have to be like a significant figure. So all those elements are met. The question whether or not is, you know, does Kevin O'Leary not want to sue because he actually did do some fucked up shit and he doesn't want it all laid out there for the next 3 years in a civil lawsuit, or maybe he says, fuck it, let's go do it. But
Or is Kevin O'Leary worth hundreds of millions of dollars and is like, who is this random dude on Twitter tweeting at me? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it could be the case. I mean, but I definitely thought that I was a little surprised that he did that.
No, super aggressive. I would delete that tweet if I was him.
Yeah, I would delete it
Hey,
as well.
how about Thread guys like, yo, I got, hang on. Let me just find it. He's like, yo, I gotta go. I gotta start. Hang on, what's it called? I gotta run and be back for Good Night Web3 in 45. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Very
Like,
homosexual.
Is that a show? And he's like, yeah, it's a show.
Yeah,
And I was like, I was about to clown on him, but I think he's got D's on there, so I'm not going to clown on that.
I don't want
D's
to
is the
be.
goat.
I don't want to be part of anything to do with Web3. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, D's is the goat, but
Deez is
this
a beauty.
goofball, this goofball.
Deez is probably ripping a big old fat whack.
Yeah,
down.
you know he is. You know he is. This is
Out
my
of a
lawyer.
little bubble bog. He's fucking
Yeah.
little fucking wax dab.
Yeah. I mean, if I had this many people in here, I would just run Good Night Web3 and I would just fucking like rip it in here. D's can just drool on himself.
How
Fucking
long
Thread
until
guy
people realize?
can yell.
How long till people realize BitBoy's not coming back and they all leave the space slowly?
Yeah, we don't worry about that. Look, hang on. I don't have I don't have the $8 deal. I can change my name to BitBoy. Hang on. Oh, that would be funny. All right, who else wants to talk? If you want to talk, like raise your hand or some shit. I don't know. Put in a request.
I'm letting some people up.
All right. Look at Eric Bailey.
That's my lawyer.
Oh my God.
I've never been to jail once, so he's obviously pretty good.
Yeah.
Everyone that works in Web3 was at FTX Bahamas. They're now unemployed.
That's a good point.
Biggest top signal ever.
FTX Bahamas was the shit. All right. Hey, Maine, you gotta look. Macabobo has his
Who
hand
wants to
up.
speak? I invited.
Bro, he's got look.
Damn.
Macabobo has his fucking hand up, bro.
Yeah, I have my fucking fan hand up. Hey, what's up, man? I'm fucking loving this space, though. Yeah, BitBoy's coming back right now. He just sent me a fucking DM, but if you want, I could change my name. You guys like music? I think we need some. Have you guys met the Shaky That Ass? Do you know what this means in Spanish? The emoji.
What?
What emoji?
Are you speaking Spanish right now?
I started in Maine. I appreciate you guys. This space was way better than Mario's when he hosted SPF.
Yeah, that's because Mario is mentally challenged.
Yeah, this
He's
is my
not
first
smart.
time
He's a
hearing you
grifter.
guys. Okay, yeah, this is
And
my
he's-
first time hearing of you guys, and I just followed you both.
Yeah,
Very
the fact that
appreciate you
Mario
guys.
Nawfal is relevant is depressing.
Yeah, I appreciate you hosting this space, though. Very informative. Loved it.
So, man, has your thoughts on BitBoy changed at all since this space is, or what's your thoughts now?
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Listen, so I mean, I knew to avoid guys like BitBoy because I've been in crypto for multiple cycles now, right? So I was there in 2017. I was there in 2013. I used to buy coins based on previous iterations of BitBoys, you know, in different cycles. But like, I used to buy coins. What people would just tweet, they'd be like, "This is a good coin," not knowing that they were getting paid and da da da. So I got burned, and that's how I learned, right? I learned by making those mistakes myself. So I knew. When I saw, you know, his videos and stuff, I'm like, hey, this guy is just shilling stuff that he's being paid to promote. So I knew to avoid that. My opinion, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, if you own what you've done, right, and you're trying to do better, I can't knock you for that. I do think he downplays how egregious some of the shit he did was. Like he's just like, yeah, we promoted a couple coins that got rug pulled. It's like, dude, if you go watch those videos, which many of which have been deleted, he is like, this is the future. If you miss this fucking coin, you're going to be poor and it's going to be your fault. It's like, that's not doing a paid promo. That's fucking shilling the shit out of a coin that you've been paid to shill. So I think he downplays a little bit about what he did, but I will not knock him for at least owning up to it, as opposed to, other guys like the Moon Carls, the Banter Cryptos, the MN Cryptos, who are like, I've never done anything wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. So I'll give him props for that. And if he sticks to his word in that when it becomes profitable to shill garbage again next cycle, if he doesn't fall back into that trap, then that's definitely a positive. In terms of like following him for the news on crypto, it's like, I think if you follow like that type of show and like the Mario novel, like you would think that like the world is ending every single day. Like my fucking timeline got so much more quiet when I blocked Mario. It was unbelievable. But I mean, listen, at the end of the day, he's clearly plugged in certain ways with what's going on with FTX to an extent that I'm not. So, props to him for that, I guess. But hard to say if I've changed my opinion on him, yet to be seen, but he's definitely made some right steps. But I also think he's downplayed, some of the stuff he did in the past, saying it wasn't as big of a deal as it was.
Did Gainesy get a chance to pop on today, or what happened with that?
I think he wanted no part of this. Go ahead, Z Russian Spy. You got your hand up.
Yeah, what's good? Fuck BitBoy, dude. The guy's a scammer. He always going to be a fucking scammer, man. Respect for the questions you asked, because motherfucker's just sucking his dick. The reason I came up is Ice. Is the fight going to be in Dubai?
What fight? Me and BitBoy?
Yeah, dude, and you better beat that ass, man. That's all I gotta fucking.
If that
happens, you know, hang on. You know that's not gonna happen, right?
You're not gonna fight BitBoy, dude? What?
Bro.
Come on,
that motherfucker ain't fighting me.
You have to now.
Okay, yeah, I'll fight him.
I thought this.
No, what he said.
You just gotta pay for his training camp.
Bro, that motherfucker ain't fighting me.
Nah, dude,
Bags will fight him.
I mean, like he's on that fucking trips. He might. I thought that just for real.
No, I hung out with him. He kept talking about boxing this, boxing that. And I was like, yo, if you want to fucking box, I'll box. And he looked at me and goes, nah. He's like, I want to fight Gainesy or somebody. I'm like, no. I was like, well,
boy,
if you want to
like,
fucking fight, let's fight.
Gainesy ain't that big.
Bro, fucking BitBoy ain't fighting me. That's not going to fucking happen.
I was like, dude, let's get it. Let's book the Dubai. But I guess not.
Like there's zero fucking chance. And look, I'm the same as Maine. Like I got no issue with BitBoy as long as he don't fucking rug anybody. But like that motherfucker ain't fighting me. God damn.
We all know BitBoy is gonna rug again, dude. This is just like this motherfucker. Like if you spend long enough in this space and you're not retarded, like, dude, he has an excuse to fucking everything he has done.
The thing is, though, bro, is these type of things generally self-regulate because, like, if you get screwed by a guy like that
you deserve
once,
it. I agree.
You know not to do it again, right?
You deserve
the
to
problem
get
is that these people rely on the bull market because they need that churn of new people. Right now, anyone who's still in crypto knows it's like, okay, anything Moon Carl says is stupid. Like, I'm not buying his medieval times token. You know what I mean? Because they've seen what's happened over the last year. But when it's a bull market, that's why a lot of these guys are on YouTube. It's one of the reasons I'm going on YouTube because, like, that's where the new money comes in. It's not Twitter, in my opinion. It's from places like YouTube. And during the bull market, there's just so much churn that if these people are getting screwed over, it doesn't even matter. But what I will say, and one thing that he was honest about, and I completely agree with, is there's way more money in affiliate marketing. I know for a fact these channels like BitBoy, Moon Carl, MN Crypto, during the heat of the bull run, they were getting multiple BTC per day in affiliates, right? So that means they post a video, it's got a Bybit, Binance, FTX link. A lot of the people that are rich in crypto got rich off of ref links, not even fucking trading. So a lot of money to be made there. And again, that just kind of requires that churn of new people in a bull run. Right now it's, 10 people trading back and forth between each other.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah. So to answer your question, yeah, I'm happy to go anytime.
Hey, dude, that would be dope. We need to book that. Because that would be a
And
fire
that's
robot.
BitBoy or whoever wants to come up here and talk shit.
All right. Why? Go ahead, bro. He's now changed his name to BitBoy. NFT DeFi Land. You're the one.
Oh, sorry. Whoa, what's up? Oh, yo, motherfuckers, what's up? That's gonna pump to the moon. I forgot. It's because I said it's Mac Bobo. Sorry, man. I was fucking sleeping on this. Man, I'm loving it. But if you want to put me a co-host so people can believe this, let's try to get this to 5,000 speakers, and we're gonna launch the No Holds Barred coin right now. So it's gonna pump to the moon. I'll make sure that all the Latinos listen about it.
No.
Was that Spanish? I didn't understand a word of that. I don't speak Spanish.
And the fight's not going to happen in Dubai next year. We're going to Vegas.
Ain't nobody.
Can we take El Canelo? I'm gonna take El Canelo.
Canelo? What is that? A pasta?
It's the next coin that it's gonna pump, bro. You haven't heard about it?
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna hop off. This has been a enlightening 2.5 hours of my afternoon, but that was fun. Appreciate you putting this on, Bags, and all you fuckers for voting for me and making me do this. Fuck you. But yeah, we'll chat you all soon.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Later, man.
Bye, brother.
Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Shake that ass. Let's go.
Great job,
Thank
fellas.
you.
All right. What do we have left here? Is it worth the space? We keep it going or no? Eric, what do you think?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Eric.
Rugged.
Huh? All right.
Eric stepped down, bro.
Eric. He's going.
Yeah, he left.
Well, we got some more speakers up here. Y'all have at it. Fucking.
Yeah, have you talked
I
about
just looking at
the poker tournament in a couple of days at all?
Which one?
I think there's supposed to be one. I don't know. I saw Kanpai Pandas with it, so I
You talking about the
Magnet.
Money Magnet show?
Yep.
Yeah, we haven't yet. I'll leave that up to Rookie. He wanted to do it. So there's like 20K in prizes.
Is there like anything other than I need to do other than do what it says to enter? Just
Nah, that's it. It'll be simple.
all right, cool, awesome,
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah, it'll be simple. I think it was like 10K in cash, some Kanpai Pandas, some seats at Play Sopo for the WSOP, some other shit.
Sounds like a fun time.
Yeah. Who else? Let's go.
Howdy.
Boy, howdy.
Boy, howdy. That was a great space. Good job up there, guys.
Yeah, I was surprised that BitBoy could keep it going that long. He literally talked for like an hour and 45 minutes straight.
Are you?
Does he get
I think
pumped
I think you
oxygen?
could have gone for like 6 hours, honestly.
Yeah, probably. That shit's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, props to him for that. I mean, he's kind of done some shit, but like Maine said, at least he owns up to it. Hopefully, he does better
Yeah.
in the future. That's all you can really ask for.
Yeah. Fuck. We've seen so much shit in this space. Like, I mean, I have a level of respect there. I'll just say that.
Yeah, I think he should. Fight you. Own up for it.
Yeah.
I think
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's what the people want.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. That's not going to happen. But I'm happy to.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, fella.
You gonna end it?
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce if we're good.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Later, bro.
Alex was like in the fetal position on the couch coughing last night. He's like, dude, I gotta go back. And now he's maskless talking over the buffet. Dude,
It's fine.
Fungible, is there an age in which you wouldn't throw down, or would you always throw down if necessary?
No, when I was real young,
Mute your mic, Alex.
When I was real young,
I
I
can't.
wouldn't because I thought I'd get
I
in
got my
trouble.
hands full. I got my peanut butter and what are these called? Blueberry Danish pastries. How can I hold my phone? The blueberry Danish. I got peanut butter now all over the place. I had to put my fingers in the peanut butter jar
You're
to get
pissing me
the
off.
peanut butter out. It should
You're
be fine.
pissing me off.
I washed my hands before I came here, so it's
I'm
fine.
about to throw down right now. I'm going to pull a fungible. I'm about to say. I mean, if I'm going to get arrested, I might as well go all out on you. What, you got more watermelon? I thought they were out of watermelon.
I went to the back and grabbed some more. I cut it up myself. What I've realized, you know what goes... Why? Oh, okay. Well, I mean... Sit down. All right, I'm sitting down. You're pissing me off. Well, everyone's looking at us because you're yelling. Just tell them to meet Jeffrey Hall.
This is one of the best love stories we've ever seen on a Twitter space. Like, I like to see the real behind the scenes of a relationship.
Yeah, it's the exact same as he is on Twitter Spaces, just bumbling around, stumbling around. Yeah, just a liability in every which way, every scenario that we go. Just an absolute liability. What's up, Pollo?
Yeah, I was curious about how you two actually act together.
Because I feel like with a lot of people, like you get on with them online and spaces and shit, and then you meet them in real life and it's just fucking annoying. You have like a cut-off point. You talk to Alex for an hour and then it's over. But now you have to spend the entire fucking time. I mean, you're sat next to him on the same space talking to each other, bro. Is it not like I don't know? For me, I feel like I couldn't hack it talking to someone 24/7. Also, more importantly, does Jeffrey Jeffrey Huang, does his name hold weight in the UK or no? Yeah, Huang. My bad. Does his name hold weight in the UK or no?
Maybe Sir Jeffrey Huang the Third. Maybe that would fly.
So I can walk out of a restaurant and be like, I know Jeffrey Huang the Third. Sir Jeffrey
No,
Huang
Sir
the Third,
Jeffrey.
and I should be good.
No, you know Sir Jeffrey Huang the Third.
I know Sir Jeffrey Huang, and then they'll just let me go.
I don't know. You can just try it. I mean, you're here. If you just tell them, put it on Jeffrey Huang's credit card, they just know what that means.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like it. Like we don't even pay. You don't even pay the bill. Yeah. Apparently, there's like
it
a
looks
point
expensive,
of wealth.
bro. The places you and Alex are going, like it looks nice, bro. Like, I mean, fucking scallop lips, bro. Like, what even is that? That can't be cheap.
Wow.
You're in your offices. I mean, the photo of you in some like fucking building, wearing t-shirts too small for you. Like, I mean, that looks expensive, bro. I mean, somebody must be paying for this. It must be Huang, right? So I might.
I mean, the average person makes like $1,000 US a month here, or less than that even. Make like $700 US a month. So an Uber Black across the entire city is like $1, and like a steak is like $10. So
this is why.
I mean, yeah,
bro,
like you can ball out.
Anyone
Can ball out. No, but yeah, it's what Machi. Yeah, it's like exponential doubling out.
Talking about, oh yeah, I'm just having a steak for dinner. Like I would as well if it cost me like
fucking less than a big dude. You ever had a Chipotle in the US? A Chipotle, you go to Chipotle in the US, it's like $30 now. You can feed a whole fucking party of 10 people with steaks for $5 here. But no, Machi's the type of motherfucker. He don't even sign the check. You just walk in, and we just walk out, and he just somehow it gets paid for.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I've
it
actually
looks
never
like
seen
Taiwan's the place to be then. Okay, I might just leave the UK. Thanks for that, Buck.
Yeah. Don't need to thank me. What's up, Daito? Rug Radio Dow Council? The fuck? I didn't know there was a Rug Radio Dow Council. Did you know there was a Rug Radio Dow Council? We've been doing a ton of research into DAOs. Apparently, there's just a glorified group chat. That's what I've come to learn out. There's a glorified group chat because nothing ever gets done, and all people do is bitch and moan. What's up, Daito?
Oh, he's just farming.
Bottom left.
He's farming.
Bottom left. It's like a red button. Looks like a microphone. Can't miss it.
Faruqi sent him.
Daito.
Faruqi sent him to farm some people to buy some rugs. Classic fucking influencer pump shit.
Well, Beto, if you change your mind about whether or not you want to put your hand down, you can do that. I don't want to pass it. He's gone. It's connection issues. Alex, are you going to be getting any more plates?
I'm done. Are you done?
No, I'm still eating.
Well, let's go hit the gym. And then we got to go to this meeting.
You're COVID-12. Or you're COVID-20.
He came up to pen some shit. Okay, here he says, what the fuck? I reject stuff like that as a privilege. Long became immune to the intra-community. Where the fuck? I gotta click on it. Drops like this where people are honoring you with access to their drop. The implications is that insofar as it's an honor, it's because it's a free pump you can dump. If not, what's the privilege? What is this person bitching and moaning about? Oh, the timing of dropping Mutant Hound Caller just before Yuga Mint announcement and Doggos going to the moon. So people were priced out even further, feeling the FOMO. What? Oh, man. We got 10 foils out here all day. Do you think that it was working in conjunction, the Mutant Hound Callers and the Kennel Club pump? Do you think that was done purposefully? No, absolutely not. You know what's crazy? I can look up now. I can see your face, and I can just read your face now. I don't even need to ask you questions.
But we got Illa in here. We can ask him right ourselves. Illa, you can come up on stage.
I think
you can ask about the pump itself. and get hear from the horse's mouth, or we can just sit up here and pontificate publicly in front of 300 people and just construe absolute misinformation with facts
Yo, one of you
and
guys
not
has to mute.
disclose.
It's sounding bad.
Mute your mic, motherfucker.
I like it. The little ding 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 ding. The noise. Look, if they get pissed off. Look, you're an Andrew Tate derivative. You love this guy. Look, as soon as I come after Andrew Tate, he's just only attack. He's only attack. Every time I say, hey, you're an attack.
He's like, dude, if you just watched, Alex is like, yo, Bark, if you just watched 10 Andrew Tate videos a day, I think you would be twice as successful. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Andrew Tate said that?
No, you told me that. You said just watch him before you go to bed and brainwash. You can brainwash yourself in a positive way. This motherfucker. He's like, here, on Spaces, I'll play the villain card. You play the hero card with Andrew Tate. Meanwhile, the motherfucker, he's the only one.
I mean, as soon as you whisper the Tate on attack.
Yeah,
Every time I'm like, hey, Andrew Tate, what'd you say? What'd you say about?
Oh my god, I can't believe you're talking about something.
So, anyways, you got to mute your mic. You're just yelling at me. Mute your mic because it was doing pissing off everyone. Well, Andrew Tate, that's what he does. He goes around.
I can't leave the space. Sucks. I can't get out of the space.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We should do more of the annoying sounds like because it pisses people off, right?
Okay.
So that's the Andrew Tate effect. So turn yours back on unmute so we can do the Andrew Tate effect. Here we go. So yeah, I'm really bullish on just making weird noises for the remainder of the space and just keep on doing this. I mean, look, the numbers are just flying up. Where'd you go? That was the Andrew Tate effect, and that's what you're targeting is just piss off everyone, and then once you piss everyone off, you try to like sneak in some messages.
Get their attention. Piss them off. Look, leave them by the wayside.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, okay. I saw you kind of hinted at it. I started hearing a little bit of racism mixed in there. You're saying,
what are you talking about? I said the world needs more guns.
No, you were talking about American culture. You were immediately attacking Americans. You leave America for 2 days.
Is America a race?
Well, you leave America. Well, see what I mean? All of a sudden, I see how he's sprinkling it in.
I'm standing by my.
I'm standing by my. He spent 20 plus years in one country, and he leaves it for 2 days, and all of a sudden, he's starting to throw it under the bus.
Taiwan
you can't blame him though, can you? It's America.
Who was that?
The second best British MFer. We got Elliot and Poyo, the two top British MFers.
You guys should hear Q, dude. This guy's South African. Even more interesting accent.
All right, Q. Q, can you?
I'm just here to do it.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Q, can you say something? Can you talk about what would be something interesting? Maybe talking about like a species going extinct, and you role play with me here.
So you want to talk about dodos?
Okay, you're walking through the Amazon, and a species has been claimed extinct for 500 years, and you just found one climbing up a tree, and this is your reaction. Go.
Yeah. Hi guys, how are you guys doing? Hi Jeremy. Hi Black, Chili. So Buck, you want to talk about dodos? I mean, that's the best I can manage. I ain't got nothing else for you, but I do want to address something. I have a problem. You can GM farm me all you want, but don't ever have a survey where you're comparing a Senna to any car. That's just not gonna fly. Like, I don't know what happened. You're usually very good. You're like my favorite influencer, like my favorite cameraman. But that was not good. That was.
Wait. What does this have to do with endangered species? You got to get back on topic.
Yeah, this.
Absolutely nothing.
Get into the dodo.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I'm turning off an animal. I'm going back to ESPN over that.
Get into the dodo talk. Come on, spill. Share the knowledge in the most South African accent possible.
Man, I don't know what I can manage. What? I mean, you put me on the spot. You put me on the spot here, Buck. I mean, what is this? I feel like this is a trap. Let's hear it.
If it was a trap, you would have fell for it. This is an exercise. What's with the name of what's with the thing? People changing the name to Q and putting a suit on. And
Dude, I told you, I did this first, and
What do you think of that? Oh, he copied
these are
you.
shark-infested waters. Yeah, these are, and my suit's not purple. I don't know when you'd be wearing a purple suit, but mine's not purple.
You'd be wearing a suit if you're trying to get the IRL blue check mark.
Well,
works.
well, or
Put
trying
Alex,
to find.
Alex into a suit, and all of a sudden, people trusted him. The worst mistake they ever made. They're like, wow.
You would also be wearing a purple suit if you were in the Amazon in Africa looking for a dodo, because that would be a parallel universe.
So so we got two. Well, Elliot disconnected. Fucking Walmart ass. Well, I don't know if they have Walmarts in the UK, but apparently that's where he was connected to. Who's the superior Q then? Q, because there's another Q on here whom I'm very fond of. Who's the superior Q?
I mean, do you have to ask? I mean,
but I'll go ahead and do it. Who's the superior Q?
Clearly the one with the full stop at the end of the queue.
Of the full stop?
Yep.
What is a full stop?
It's part of this thing called punctuation. Do you guys do that in America? Like punctuation, is that like a thing with commas and like semicolons and stuff?
Nope, I'm a 10-second TikTok motherfucker type brain. Just if I have to spend more than 10 seconds thinking about anything, it's too long, and I move on to the next thing. I've never read a book. I'm done writing threads. I'm done putting out alpha. I just tweet out 10-second thoughts. Q. That's where I'm at. And if I have to use a period, if I have to think about the punctuation, I've been thinking too long.
Well, so are you saying
thinking is a losing strategy? I've come to notice. So everything in my life now has been condensed to 10 seconds or less.
Are you saying I'm part of the reason why Elon Musk wants to give us 4,000 characters?
I did slip that in. I did slip that in.
Does your girlfriend like the 10-second sex bark, or is that why she's happy you're gone and she's looking for something a little longer in multiple ways?
I don't know. You can just ask your girlfriend. She'll tell you the answer. We'll go ahead and pass it off to Bongo.
Yeah, two things. Number one, Alex, what happened to Sparky? Number two, did you had a chance to see?
Who the fuck is this Bongo motherfucker?
I'm Bongo.
Bingo, bongo, gongo. You know, that's all it takes. You know, one bad take and you're out of here. This is land of Web3, land of one opportunity.
What did he do?
I don't know. He just comes off mute. That's all he needed to do. We brought up Kismet. I want to go to Kismet. What's your thoughts on everything that's happening right now?
Oh, well, should I start numberly or letterly? Numberly, well, I do want to know what happened to Sparky because I'm kind of concerned. I love dogs. I think there should be peace everywhere, and I would love to come to Taipei. And Bark is not, I don't think, a 10-second man. And Bark, that was a pretty good witty comeback. What you said to Jeremiah, ask your girlfriend, never gets old. I just found out that Miss Foxy Brown, I just made that up, is Fungible's wife, and I'm so excited to speak with her. And then there's another Q. So QQ. And Shilly is still as beautiful and great and bitchy as always. And Block is Blockadidity, and Christine, love you. And Alex, I'm afraid to give you flowers because you're going to kick me off. And did I miss anything? Mach, the real Mach. Mach.
All right, I'm done eating breakfast. I didn't listen to anything you just said. I'm headed out though. Bark, you done yet? Like you've been sipping on that fucking apple juice like you
I got
do
apple juice
at night. You don't even drink.
I consume. Look, you're wasting your time eating pieces and pieces of fruit. I just condense it into juice and sip that shit. I'm 10-second everything. 10-second juice, 10-second everything. Look, we got a big day today, everybody. We're gonna be pushing Web3 forward in some way, shape, or form. None of your business. Only Shilly Billy knows.
No, we're doing the Andrew Tate.
Okay. Only Shilly Billy knows what's happening. So if you want to know what's happening, just try to extract it out of him. And
You know, I mean, that's kind of how I look at it, right? Because you're buying into like a community and, you know, expectations of like what's going to happen in the future, you know, like events, whether it's like events at NFT NYC, merchandise, that kind of stuff. But whereas art, I mean, art is art, right? So you buy art if you, I mean, A, if you like it, B, if you believe in the artist long term, and then it's just kind of a sit on it type of thing, you know. Enjoy it for what it is, you know, like hang it in your house, you know, look at it. I mean, just vibe with the piece, and then, you know, 5-10 years you're done with it. I mean, it doesn't even have to be that long, but like you're done with it in a year, and you can either trade it with somebody else's art, flip it, grab something else. I mean, it just feels more casual, you know. You're not like watching the floors and figuring out what's going on in the community, you know. You just kind of, you buy the art, you see what's up with the artist, and he just does his thing.
Yeah, and I appreciate the insight. But we also got JS on the stage, and for people that don't know JS, check out Sandbar. But it's also he is a PFP collector. He's a pixel artist and a massive one-on-one art collector that's been deploying a lot of capital. So, JS, how do you think about PFP versus art?
I think inherently PFP art is going to be more popular just because, again, you just see that the most, whether it's on Twitter and stuff. But I think there's also a ton of value to be had in much more abstract work. I think as the space develops, we've seen it also on ETH that most of the one-of-one art that actually gains traction is abstract. And I've been shifting a lot of my focus from PFP work to abstract. I've kind of just been diving into it as of, you know, almost a week ago, but I think it's extremely undervalued.
What's your PFP, by the way?
It is a Hyblinks Hoodlum.
Yeah, so why, like, people have to understand, like, there is Solana being thrown around, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but what was the auction price for that? And like, because Hyblinks is one of the top artists on Solana, and her stuff is going crazy. Check her out. But yeah, just give people an idea of what, like, the SOL you're throwing around.
Yeah, so I bought this around a week ago for 270 SOL. And over the course of the past week, I've probably put around 1,100 SOL into one-of-one art, and I'm not close to finished.
Yeah, and then I guess what made you take the leap into just exploring one-on-one art? Like, what's your thesis here? Because I think everyone's in this for a different reason, but I'm just curious to hear how you answer that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, number one, right? If anyone's putting this kind of money in, you're always thinking there's going to be some type of value accrual. Now, very straightforward, the one-of-one art space is very illiquid, right? So it definitely depends on your time horizon. But when I look at, you know, the maturation of the space and where we are 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years from now, I don't see art kind of moving around. And if I were to look at, you know, other NFTs, if I'm not trading them, I think the utility of the space is going to go like exponentially greater, right? And do I think that the current collections with where they are now can compete with the utility that will be there 6 months, a year, 2 years from now? And I don't see it yet. So if that's the case, then I'd like to put my soul into NFTs that I think will accrue value over a course of, you know, that time period.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's both. You know, anyone that just is a PFP world, like, it can't hurt. Just look at exchange art. Look at the top volume collectors. Like, the alpha is, you know, look at the top volume for each category. Those are the top guys. There's the most liquidity there, but there's also a lower level of risk compared to, you know, someone that's only sold like 10 sold total volume or something like that. So yeah, check out stuff you like, and yeah, there's so many different categories from Vincenzo's like abstract work, minimalist abstract stuff. Is that kind of how you would categorize yourself, Vincenzo? I don't want to throw you in a box that you wouldn't put yourself
No,
in.
yeah, it's pretty on point. You know, I've been starting to delve into other stuff as well, like the landscapes and whatnot. So just trying a lot of shit out.
Yeah, so like, I mean, there's so many different categories. There's so much different stuff, and like, people are getting really creative. I forget who it was, but there was one guy. He would throw the film. He would use expired film, take pictures of it. Then he would use AI to distort like the physical pictures, and then he would print it out, paint on top of it, and then take pictures of take pictures of that, and then make a collage out of that. Like, there's so much crazy shit going on. But Linksey's got his hand up. I want to pass it to him. What's going on, Linksey?
Yeah, I don't know if I can shill one of my favorite one-on-one artists in the
Yeah, man,
space.
go for it. Go for it.
His name's James Johnson. I stumbled upon his work a while ago with this series he did called A Day in the Life of Death, and I think he's like super underrated. He's an older bloke who like did a lot of Web2 art in the past, who's like trying to break into like the Web3 scene. And I just think his shit's really cool. Like, he puts heaps of hours into it, and he does it all by hand with like graphite pencil or like ink pens and stuff. And like every piece comes with like a physical copy of the actual art, which I just think is like really dope, knowing that like you can get this one-of-one art piece as an NFT, and like at the same time you'll be able to hang it on your wall.
Yeah, I mean, I'm moving in a new spot next month, and I got like, I don't know, 7 or 8 prints ready to go hang up. Like, I'm so excited just to have a room of like all the art I'm collecting, and might have to get a DGod PFP in there, a print too. But yeah, I'm excited. What's up, Witters? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, ZK.
Oh, sorry
You're
for the bro.
you're fine. It's fine. I get it on the daily, and I've got some big balls, so that is great. But I love this conversation on just like one-of-one art, just in general. It's the one-of-one art scene is incredibly hard, not only to trade, but also to be like successful in as an artist. And ZK, you said something perfect. Buying that, I'm probably going to butcher it. Buying art is either a testament to the like, I guess like a digital patronage of the artist's success, or like an homage to the like progression of like Web3 and the space as a whole. But what's wild, unless you're just going to like a shill space or something like that, there aren't spaces on artists until, well, I mean, kind of like this one where Vincenzo comes up. Because in general, and this is absolutely like, Vincenzo, you were just wonderful, loved hearing, so don't take offense to this, but hearing someone talk about themselves, it just doesn't hold attention in most spaces. And if you're not making people money, you're not holding that attention. So like, what is just absolutely wild and what's got a lot of people interested is this like AI art meta. And like artists like myself and Vincenzo will eventually need to like prove that we did our artwork. And that's just nuts to me. And I'm curious what y'all's thoughts on AR, or just like AR in general, like the AI, AR. I keep saying AR, AI chat, like generated chats and AI art. Like that is going to be, I think, the new thing just for like technology and the progression of everything. And now we're gonna have to prove that we're human, and that's scary to me, I think.
Honestly, I've had to prove I'm human on just about every website I've signed up for, and I don't know if you guys have ever failed a CAPTCHA, but there are very few things in life that make me feel like less of a human than failing a CAPTCHA. Yeah, no, it's tough, but I do want to just quickly open up this. Oh my God, guys! Look at what is happening right now, dude. Frank is here to pump all of our bags. Let's fucking go, dude. Thank God you're here, Frank. Solana's
Yeah.
in the shitter.
No, I just heard we're all shitting on one-on-one art. I got real hyped.
Yo, Frank. Yeah, I mean, like Utes and DGods. Obviously,
I'm
have
playing, but I love one-on-ones. Don't get me wrong. Don't fucking cancel me. But what's the
No,
conversation?
I know it was a joke because I know the kind of the level of thought you put into the art for Utes and DGods and the level we're thinking about it. And Scum, was a one-on-one artist before he was, involved with DeGods and Utes or whatever. But how do you think about kind of the one-on-one scene versus PFPs, or like how do you think of the whole environment? I know you were looking at Hotheads. Shout out to Hotheads community. But yeah, just curious what you think about it as Frank.
Yeah, so I do have a controversial take on this, but I'll tread lightly. Look, I just think maybe the best way to put this is I don't think that generative art gets enough credit. Like I think that objectively, like people can make, people have been making single images now for, thousands of years, like single painting, single images. I think the generative art is a new medium that is much more technically challenging, I think, than any other like visual artistic, like, just picture type image thing, because what you have to do is not only make all of the traits make sense with a character, make a good base character that makes sense to duplicate thousands of times, but also the colors that go together. When you have millions of permutations, you want to make sure that the colors go well together. And I think overall, like putting it all together and making it feel cohesive. I always tell people, like, I think the Utes artwork is the hardest thing that any one of us have ever worked on in our entire fucking life. Like it's not close. And that's in part the tech side of it. Like doing equal rarity is way more of a challenge than people think. And then on the other side, also obviously making it feel so cohesive. That's not the natural state of things, right? It's like the natural state of things is to not look cohesive and to look very different. And it took a lot, like, I don't know, dude, it was a fuck ton of hours, man. Like it takes a long ass time. Dead Gods took a fucking long time with a lot of work. And I just wish the people treated, Johnny and Candy with the respect that I think they deserve. Like, I think I say it all the time. Like, I do think they're some of the best artists in the NFT ecosystem, like full stop, period. But because they don't brand themselves like that, they don't get that credit or the clout from that. But yeah, I don't know. That's my
No,
opening
100%. So
statement.
essentially what you're saying is like there is a huge level of like expertise and art itself in making a generative collective cohesive, because at the end of the day, like I guess you could look at all 10,000 of them, but there's kind of like a math or a calculation you have to do to make it all come out to look cohesive, have the same collection, not have traits overlap, not have like rugged kind of backgrounds. But yeah, so I would say like it's almost like a survivorship bias. Like everyone sees the finished product, the generative collection that's hype, but I guess you must have had some stories where you like generated the collection and there was something fucked up with certain traits, and it must take like hundreds of hours to fix and go back, right?
Oh, some stories. That's been my year. Like people know me for doing Twitter Spaces and shit posting, but I don't think people realize like like fuck, dude.
Well, I think that's why
like
they don't
people
get the
thought I was
respect, is like
capping
they don't know
when
the work that goes into it, you know?
yeah, yeah, and I think it's because a lot of people in the space get a bad rap because obviously, PFP collections, they tend to generate more revenue with one go, like with an initial mint, and so that's led a lot of people to make kind of Fiverr collections and launch with that, and not really care about the artwork and more just care about whatever, like the utility or these different things. But I think that at the end of the day, the insight for me on why it's so important, I always tell people, like in real life, like we're more of like a digital avatar company, or more of like literally like a digital collectible company, because if you just if you take the average of the amount of time that us as a team have spent on our artwork, then compared to a lot of other things, it's in the top 3 activities in terms of time dedicated and resources dedicated, because it's important to me that people feel proud to use our NFTs to represent their brand and their identity on the internet. And yeah, that's the goal with DeGods, with Utes, with what we're doing with season 3. Like, we just want people to feel proud, and for other people that don't have it to feel like, damn, a DeGod is fucking cool and a Ute is cool. And that was the best part about talking to Danny Cole. I talked to him in person and also on the stream the other day that I did, and he's like literally a fine art guy. Like he literally told me he grew up like living above an auction house, like a fine art auction house. His family's like all in fine art. He's like a fine art all the way guy, but he's also made a generative collection, so he has a lot of respect, I think, for what we do. And it was cool to hear him say how big of a fan he was of our projects, because yeah, dude, it's fucking hard. It's really like, and the worst part about it, there's no guidebook. Like there's no book that I can go read that's going to teach me how to balance colors across a generative collection. There's no book that's going to tell me how to, figure out what's more rare than the other trait, or fixing layering issues, or, like anything like that. There's no book or study or blog that teaches people how to do that. It's a new territory of artwork for the most part. And so, yeah, I mean, they don't get enough credit at all.
Yeah,
Dude,
and I did pin Johnny, formerly known as Delilah's Figma, up there, just so people could kind of get an insight of like the amount of work he did. But my bad, Aaron, didn't mean to cut you off. Go for it, bro.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. I mean, I got to see it like firsthand, right? Like these guys literally worked so much. Like it was insane. Like coming into that like environment, I had no idea that like there was that big of an emphasis on art. And when I first got there, like everything looked good. Like they looked good, right? Like it was fine. It was a cool looking collection. But I think like there was a point at which I feel like I saw it in Frank too, where like it like flipped from like looking good to like, oh, like this is like starting to become like a piece of art. And like the excitement like really came with that. And I think it, at least from my perspective, it really kind of snowballed into what became the final collection. And so Frank, my question for you, and then we can get to some of these hands, is that decision that you had to make to delay the reveal, obviously a tough decision. I think most people would say, looking back, probably a good decision. But like, how do you come to terms with making that kind of a decision, knowing the ramifications in the public, and just like having that level of conviction in what you're doing?
I'll say this at the risk of sounding corny, but genuinely, me and Johnny have always felt this way, both with Dead Gods and now with Utes too. Honestly, it came down to integrity, because for me, I just knew that at the very base level, when you zoom out, people were spending like thousands of dollars on these JPEGs, and for some people, like that's like a lot. That for a lot of people, that's a lot of money. And so the idea that we would ship something that we didn't feel was worth that just felt wrong. Like, and in public, we took a lot of shit for it for a while, right? Like for the 2 months, but it was like I knew, because we had the benefit of going through this rodeo before, and it was cool. Like, after the Christmas announcement and stuff, I'll retweet. I remember tweeting when the delay started. It's like, bro, I've been here before. Like nobody even remembers that we delayed Dead Gods for a month and a half. Like, we were supposed to mint it. There was all this hype. We literally delayed it like 3 days before it was supposed to mint for another month and a half. Nobody remembers it. And what I was saying at the time was, dude, I've been through the rodeo of launching something like the original D-Gods and knowing that we left effort on the table and we could have done better. And it really, the market has a magical way of just showing that and exposing that over time. And so if we had launched with something that we weren't deeply proud of, I've just been through this rodeo before, and I knew that it would be a worse outcome on a probabilistic basis than us delaying it until we felt really proud of it and felt like it was worth thousands of dollars every single fucking Ute. And that was what led to the decision.
Dude, I'm bricked up, bro. The level of respect you have for the holders to do that, honestly, like, let's fucking go. That's why I'm out here. But I do want to take a slight pause real quick and pump the shit out of this space. Guys, we've got an absolute killer cast of speakers up here. Frank is telling us just how much he hates art. So make sure you retweet that, comment why you think Frank hates art, and tag a friend so that they can come in here and FUD Frank with us. With that, ZK, I'm going to pass it to you.
Yeah, now we have a special guest. For people who don't know, Derek's one of the most talented photographers in the crypto scene, but he's rocking the Moonbird PFP, which is a generative collection. I think it's with that Xcopy background, which is amazing. But Derek, I'm curious your take here, being an artist. Like, what do you think of generative art versus just traditional art on chain?
Hey, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. ZK, Aaron, thanks. Frank, respect to you, man. Everything that you've built is fucking cool. It's tough because I come from both worlds. I come from art and design. I professionally am a 3D motion graphics designer. I studied everything you want related to it. And it's funny because I used to study generative art or procedural art, creative coding, all that stuff before NFTs were a thing. And it is fucking hard because the way, I think it all comes down to the concept and the intention that you have with whatever you're creating. I don't know if I would say like I consider PFPs art, but what I would say is what is art is the whole thing that wraps up a PFP collection. Like what Frank was saying, layering, thinking about the lore, thinking about what they are going to be, the vision, what the whole project to all of this 10,000 or 30,000 or 40,000 people is going to be for. That's a fucking artwork. That's performance art. And I really appreciate that. And that's what I think, because DeGods and Moonbirds and any other PFP project could just be the images, right? They could just be the JPEGs, as we say. But what makes them strong is this feeling where you can gather so much people and make them vibe with the same shit. And that's fucking sick. And then you have one-of-one art, which is more towards, as you were saying, like it's just one piece. It takes more time. It's one person normally creating it. So it's just very different. But I wanted to ask a question here for Frank. I'm not here for a kiss and gas. I've never done that. I don't like doing it. Dude, I admire what you did. I can't even fathom what it is to create a project this big and going through so much shit like you've been through. And I admire that. Especially after knowing how old you are and how you've had to go through like all these waves of shit in the NFT space. I would have already died. But as much as I do admire you, I would like to ask you this. I know that decisions sometimes are very tough to make, and you don't have a book that tells you what's right or wrong. But it did hurt a little bit or a lot to one-of-one artists, the whole no royalties thing. And that's when I say, if you see us creating a piece for 1 month and suddenly people, because PFPs lay down the rules for the whole NFT space. And normally everything that happens on the PFP world permeates to us. And when you see us creating a piece that took us a shit ton of time and everything, and suddenly people think that doing OTC trades are fine and that we don't deserve having any royalties after that, that's fucked up. So I would just like to know your take on that, because I know that you are kind of going back on the decision, which I really appreciate, because your voice is super fucking strong in the space. So that's just it.
Yeah. It's one of these things that is super challenging because I feel like there's a lot of layers to when we made the decision for our own collections to go to 0%. And I can go find the tweet itself, but I try to clarify as much as possible. But the way that Twitter works, like that's just not the information that gets spread. But I said, like, we're making this decision for our collection. I'm going to continue to support royalties. And like, I don't urge any other collection to do this. And those are like the words from the announcement that we made, the official like announcement when we did this. And you won't find like a place on the internet, on Twitter, in recorded spaces ever like where I'm anti-royalties. And that's not why we made the decision. We made the decision to accelerate the process of like fixing the problem and for ourselves, because people were trading DeGods OTC for like 6 months, you know, majority before we even made that decision. So our revenue was also deeply hurting, and that led to us having to literally lay members of our team off. No joke. And so I take it really seriously. I think the tough part about the discussion is that there's no real winners in this scenario. Like the marketplaces aren't winning, creators aren't winning, and I feel like we can't rely on people to be good people, because at the end of the day, like if it's not enforced, then people are going to evade the royalties in any way that they can. If there's an easy way to do it, it makes it even more easy and increases the percentage of people that skip out on royalties. And so while I don't think we should deserve any credit for it, I do think that the conversation has been accelerated, and it looks like Metaplex is rolling out a solution relatively soon. Probably, I think what I last heard is by the end of this year, so in a few weeks, and that's on the Solana side. And on ETH, I think similar. It happened on Solana earlier than it happened on ETH, but you're seeing the same thing happen with Blur. And I'm not pro zero royalties. I honestly never have been. It's been like a label that I think started out as a joke being ascribed to me, but the way that information spreads on this app, I go in spaces sometimes and people label me the royalty killer, and I think they know that it's a joke, but I think that people don't know. Like, it's hard to keep track of all the information that happens here, but you just won't find a place on the internet, honestly, where I'm anti-royalties. I'm actually very deeply pro-royalties, and I think that they're good. I think that the percentages overall will trend towards close to zero. But what I keep saying is, like, the reason we did it, by the way, and I think this helped a lot of projects. You know how many other projects went to 0% after us? Zero. None. No other project did. And obviously, like, I didn't expect Magic Eden to pull the nuke the next week right after we did it. But the cool thing about this whole process is, like, I think that by us becoming somewhat villains in this scenario, it's definitely, like, accelerated the process to a solution, because it's made it easier for people to just be very pro royalties. Because when I was fighting pro royalties before we went to 0%, I was getting so much of shit. People were like, "You're trying to control the market. Just let the free market be." Like, "Oh, what are you gonna do? Fucking blacklist things or whatever." And that's what everyone is proposing now. So I've been on both sides of it. It's kind of cool, though, I will say, to see the entire space rally pretty hard for royalties, because when I was fighting for royalties before marketplaces went to 0%, I was not getting a lot of support, honestly. And it was pretty much ignored. It was my least popular tweets up until other people started losing money. We've been losing money to 0% royalties for 6-7 months because of Famous Fox Federation and the tools that they built. And we've been just taking it on the chin for the most part. But yeah, man, I'm glad that we get to talk one-on-one here, because it's pretty rare on this app, like, to have a civil discussion about this stuff. But I've stopped trying to protect my image, quote unquote, on this stuff, because people that are following and that really matter, like our holders and people that are paying attention, know that I've always been pro royalties. But there's no amount of words that I can say at this point that's going to change people's perception of the way things went down. And so when we had the chance to, speak on it and bring it back, my point was, hey, Metaplex is coming out with a solution. Magic Eden, you shouldn't care too much about your market share. Just turn them back on, because that just means, like, a few more people will get royalties until the permanent solution is there. And, they obviously didn't do it, but that's why I have this fucking star as my PFP. That's why we turned our royalties back on to a really low rate, like 3.33%, which is pretty low on Solana standards. To just make a point, like, hey, we're willing to play ball. And if it means that we're going to bring the overall effective royalty rate up on the blockchain. But it's tough, man. I also think it's a bear market at the end of the day, and people are going to go out of business. People are not going to make as much money as they were back in the day. Like, these are all realities that needs to settle in for everyone. And so my hope is that this becomes something that, we all as an ecosystem grow from and learn how to make our businesses more resilient, and for one-of-one artists, on the other side, to hopefully get better protection for more niche marketplaces. Like, Exchange Art launched a thing where you can only trade it on Exchange Art and royalties are enforced here on Solana. And I think that's got to be the lane for one-of-one artists going forward, is demand for marketplaces to only allow it to be traded on there, and see if collectors want that. Because in reality, like, that's realistically, the only fucking route that we're going to continue to see royalties being paid to one-on-one artists. Like, it has to be enforced on a marketplace level and or a contract level. So hopefully those solutions are accelerated at this point. But thank you for the question. Thanks for asking in a nice way. Usually people just are really mad at me and don't let me explain. So that's the full fucking story right there.
Nah, man. Like, you're what, 23? I remember 24.
Yeah, 23.
Dude, it's fucked up that people bash on you. Like, who the fuck at 24 knows what the fuck they're doing, and you built this? I just followed you back because I honestly was pissed off at you. I know it's not a big deal, but I would like to also ask you, what would you think about something like dynamic royalties? Like, if you had a council that tells or just like votes how well the project is performing, how the goals are going, how everything is going down, and depending on that, the royalties go even higher or lower. Because if you as a holder, I as a Moonbird, imagine I'm pissed off as fuck. Like when Kevin Rose made the whole COO announcement and shit, I just bought my Moonbird. Before that, I paid around 17 ETH, and then after the fucking announcement, I was down like fucking 70%. And honestly, it's really fucking sad that he never apologized. He never came down to us and told us, like, guys, like, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that this could hurt this much. It's like sometimes it feels like founders don't really realize that they're playing with people's money, that it took us fucking months to save. And suddenly this kind of decisions really fuck us up because I'm a fucking one of one artist. Like, I don't have a huge income. Like, for me, having 17 ETH, it took me like fucking 4 or 5 months, 6 months of building. And suddenly with one decision, all this goes to shits. So having this council and controlling royalties in a dynamic way, I feel like it could be a very good solution, at least from my perspective.
I think that the mechanisms oftentimes need to be pretty foolproof. So I think it's challenging to do like a council voting on the percentages because it could be very arbitrary. It could like lead to people making bad decisions on that part that affect the rest of the holders. And so my sense has always been on dynamic royalties that they're like what you're describing, I think is a little bit challenging on the infrastructure to set up. The other idea that I've heard pretty often around dynamic royalties is like the higher the floor goes, the less the royalties become. But I've always like been one of the first to discount that idea a little bit because we were in that position, right? We had 10% royalties and people were like, okay, well, Frank, now you should lower it down to 5%. But my point was, well, people have an easy way. And I'm getting 10% of each of them. So I'm getting 10 SOL per 100 SOL sale. So if I lower it down to 5%, that means I need to get double the amount of people buying on a marketplace in order to make the same amount that I was before. So I think that it's not like actually the best solution. It's actually pretty bad when you analyze it on the number side because you're kind of accelerating your path to making nothing on the royalties. Because the higher the price goes, the less volume there typically is. So the higher the price goes, if you lower the royalties, you're actually like double fucked. You're like quadruple fucking yourself almost because you're getting less sales and you're going to get less a percentage of the sales. So if you actually like math it out, it's a pretty bad idea. But I know people on Twitter replies were suggesting that to me for like, a solid 5 months. And I was like, dude, I know our treasury is going to make more from literally just leaving it and not changing it because we're not going to get double the amount of sales by going in half with the royalties. So yeah, that's the challenge.
By the way, Derek, your shit ain't CCO.
I know that's the most ridiculous shit. Like they've been saying so much stuff that honestly I sadly don't know what to believe. Like I just bought it and I'm just holding it. But
this is legal advice. You were granted copyrights. That means that the right to make something CCO disappeared. So their action to actually claim that it was CCO is largely an action for if you actually got the Moonbirds to come together, which unfortunately FUDs the entire project, which is what they banked on, and they win. But you own the rights, and it would take you guys to sue for the losses in your project, in your individual NFTs, by saying that they had no right to say CCO, and they interfered with the value and in breach of contract. Just to be frank.
Yeah.
Not to be frank, just to be real.
Don't be frank. Yeah, always nice to have Vigil's takes as a crypto lawyer. But I did want to pass it to Vincenzo as an artist too. I'm interested to hear what you say, and also shout out to Frank for like a long form explanation because he's right. I've seen it. Like Twitter has a mind of its own and really paints narratives that are just completely the opposite of the truth a lot of the time. So it's always nice just hearing like explanations in detail. But what's going on, Vincenzo?
Yeah, my bad. I kind of like zoned out on like the most recent conversation, but I just kind of wanted to go back to what Witters was talking about before about the AI art, just because that was like in my head the whole time. So basically, the way that I look at AI art and AI art usage is I can see AI art being used as like an additive tool onto what you're doing, right? So if you make a piece like how Wayne Newton has, and then Wayne chucked that piece into the AI to let the AI kind of interpret it, and then he made another painting on top of that. I feel that that's viable, and that is completely like your work, and that's essentially just like, you know, the same thing as using Photoshop or any kind of other thing. It's just a tool that's available now, and that's kind of just part of it. Although I don't really, I don't know how to say this, like I don't really see the value in selling like pure AI art, you know, off rip. Like you just run a, you know, you run a prompt and you sell that. Like I feel like that's not really like authentic in my eyes. But just on the topic of like generative art as well, generative art to me, like where you, like creative coding and, you know, kind of like art block style, I think that's something that will really take off in terms of like NFTs and digital art, because to me that's like making use of the new technology. You know, like anybody can upload a drawing, like a pen and paper drawing, and make it an NFT. But what makes NFTs special is like this ability to sell digital art that never really existed before. So selling like generative art that's coded, like art blocks and whatnot, feels very kind of unique to NFTs, and that's something that gets me very excited. Like I'm gonna delve into that over winter break and try and learn a little bit of that. But
Yeah.
that's kind of like the new wave thing that I feel like is really cool and has this outlet.
Him a chance to kind of explain long form his decision making, because it's really interesting to me. But yeah, with that said, let's pass to JS. What's going on, JS?
Well, I was going to talk about the AI thing again, but I think AI does have a place in art, but it's not like where you can just straight up use AI and not touch the piece whatsoever. I think there's a ton of creativity when you're given some type of platform or base to work with, and then using what you will with whatever you're working with is very skillful. I know somebody who's doing that is Wayne, but you know, I think we've yet to see what AI art can really be valued at, because a lot of people are just very kind of negative about it.
AI, I'll just jump 1 second on this. AI has to be a collaboration tool. It doesn't have to be the only tool that you use. As an artist, you create the concept, you create the piece, and from there, you use it to expand your creative horizon. And then you go back to what you're doing, and then you go back to AI, and you have this constant cycle where AI propels whatever you're doing, because there's as much as we can do, right? So just to chime on that, and that's why I love what Wayne is doing, because he has his base piece, then he injects it into the AI, pushes the boundaries of what it could have been, and then he goes back to it. But if you only use AI with a prompt and you put it out there, there's nothing, honestly, there, from my point of view, you didn't really do anything. You just described a prompt, you got something that you could have not created by yourself, and you're just putting it out there because it looks cool, and that's it, and it's empty.
I wanna pass the rock real quick to Witters. I think Witters might have a little bit of a hot take.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So, and if I upset anyone with my next little words, just know that I have been trading, and so like I'm mainly focused on volume, as opposed to my art career here just recently, and this is just what I've seen. And going back to the royalties, the percentage of the royalties is relative to what type of trader and collector you are. And if that's a concern, blockchains like Tezos, royalties are a moot point, and no one bats an eye if you set your royalties to 20% over there. So maybe experiment with Tez if that's something that you're really concerned about. So the hot take, and just bear with me. Art it doesn't matter. And let me explain real quick. The art gets better as the price goes up. So the art alone doesn't make a project mint out or trade well. But the art is that one piece of the puzzle that, in respect to PFPs, not one-of-ones, this is just like generative and PFPs, that gives the project longevity. And that sentiment, you can see like in degen plays and these just like okay, take Trump, the trading cards, for example. That art was just straight up stolen, and that still ran. Now that's all dumping. Like having that digital patronage to an artist that is going to continue to make art, that is like completely different. And I had a question for Frank in regards to that, but since he parachuted off, I'll leave it at that. But I'm sorry if I upset anybody, but it's what I've noticed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was that hot of a take, Winners. I was expecting a little more spice.